Good evening. And Purpose. Hi, Delson. Hi, Orange. That's okay. You don't need anybody comment. Hi, Daniel. Hope you're all doing good. I have to get used to a new stream manager layout for mobile because right now it's very different. Thanks for the water. I did refill. I did remember to refill. I also have to get used to like where things are a little bit more. I move things very slightly, or I have been moving things. Lifted. It's not a hand cam stream. It's not a hand cam stream. It's digital. I did mark it as digital, right? I mean, I'm in the board game category, but Gloomhaven's a board game. Wait, it really would not fit. I don't think it would fit well. And there is a perfectly... I think cromulent is an okay word. Like the board game? Yeah. Yeah. Just a little bit. I love and hate that face so much. Oh, I love and hate that face so much. Thanks. Use a lame meme format unironically. Or ironically. Ironically, not unironically. Like a dad joke type thing. Basically, like just turn it into a dad joke. Mine's empty. Game. I haven't tested this really at all because I was catching up on sleep, so that's why I'm late today. I was catching up on sleep. Primer level. It's over 9. How's the lady doing? She's doing fine. She's very hungry. She's very hungry. She's like very annoying with that right now, actually. I can't go some places without tripping over her. She has gotten nearly stepped on or like shoved by my feet a couple of times already, and it's not like I spent a huge amount of time with her today. Lots of rest. Hope so too. I should be done now. I should be good after this. I should be good after this. I already know how to play, but also apparently it's been 2 years since I opened this game. So we might just do Guildmaster and start to the tutorial. Or we can start with the tutorial. We could also just do the campaign. I've done the opening scenario to the campaign like 3 or 4 times by now. But actually the Guildmaster is probably better. Yeah, she's really hungry. I have to balance. So I get Chewy orders for cat food and litter for every couple weeks. And I kind of didn't judge appropriately how many weeks in between certain types of food when I was going through like multiple types of food for her. So I have like a backlog of wet food and also now of litter to go through. So she's been getting a lot of wet food because that works better for sneaking her medication. But now she's out of that medication, so gonna have to figure out, I guess, how well it goes in dry food. She has run out of 2 medications, and the doctor never got back on whether or not she's supposed to continue those. So, find out. Maybe tomorrow, except I don't know when her doctor works next. Okay, nothing to load. Right! It's a new computer. I guess the save didn't continue. Like, I didn't copy the save over. How long does campaign take? I don't know. We'll find out. Friendly. We're not doing this. I'm just looking. 60 hours. More fiber. One of the medications she actually is out of is her fiber, sort of. Motility. What does that mean? Not for her joints. It can be changed. We'll try normal. Oh, guild name! Guild name! Guild name! Hundreds of hours. I wish. Guild name. I don't want to go too goth at the same time. I'm already kind of there, aren't I? Not really, but pet cat didn't work. Did pet cat not work? Okay. Maybe that's just like the one combination I don't have in here. Wait, nope. Come back. Okay, once you click off that, neat. It worked? Okay. Fat cat. There is no fat cat. There's no fat. I mean, there are definitely two fat cats, but I don't have it set to trigger them because if it's like the fat cat, it's just gonna call the cat that you all know. If it was skinny cat, it should call the other cat because she is Thorn Garden. Primroses don't have thorns. However, for the feeling of Gloomhaven, Thorngarten? No, he's just overweight. He used to be svelte. He got into too many other people's foods. Both of them. Both of them. It's the drugs too, I'm sure. That's probably not helping. Interns are us. The disposables. Mistress of Thorns. What does that entail something? Is that a title from something else? Okay. We'll try the suggested variants. I think I'm guessing I've only played with the original before. Hey, don't forget the DLC. Thanks. Okay. Game of Thrones? Gothic Dark Elves?
Welcome, Guildmaster. I'm the guild trainer, and I'm here to guide you through setting up your own mercenary guild. Let's start with you guiding the brute through this first tutorial.
Wow. Okay. That's really a lot of actions in the activity feed. Bad for its age? It's not that old! When did it come out? It came out in 2021! What do you mean it doesn't look bad for its age? It came out post-pandemic! I'm just gonna shatter and spread into the wind like dust. Okay. It's just something. Hero Quest? I've never played Hero Quest. Gothic Dark Elves. So Not quite Slaneshi, huh? In Gloomhaven, you control a party of mercenaries, each equipped with a deck of ability cards. These cards are how mercenaries will explore dungeons, fight enemies, and loot treasure. Also, this is a multiplayer game, too. I think it's up to 4? I could be wrong. For digital as well. At the beginning of each round, the first thing you do is select 2 cards for each mercenary and use them on their turn. 2 cards, all we have is grab and go. Grab and go and trample. Co-op. You're fighting against the board. That was kind of one of the... Oh, I'm gonna shrink the game and shrink myself. Wait, no, that's not the game. That's something else. Wait, why is that not locked? Okay. And let me move myself. And so I can move the game a bit more. It was, hey, look, you guys want to play D&D, but you don't have a DM? Here you go. It's one of those kinds of board games. An entire campaign. An entire campaign. I think you have a simplified version of this one, Gloomhaven Jaws the Lion. I've not heard of that one. Like, how, like, simplified board game? Like, physical board game. Wholesome. I feel like the second one would be more... That's far more taboo, isn't it? Yeah, actually, Clay, you're totally right. It's D&D for people with no friends. Because you can play alone or with up to 4 other people. Application? Low models and maps. Okay. It's one of those. Do you get the application for free? Do you get the application for free? Because I know it costs developers to put those on the stores. If assuming like, hey, everyone has an iPad or an Android device laying around, right? A tablet. It's just for use. Yeah, actually, I did see a few of those, but not the ones that I wanted to see at a convention. They had a singular TV set up on the side so you could play. Don't you have phones? Do you want to do some of the stuff on your phone? I mean, some of them do have phones. XCOM board game has a phone, right? Werewolf has a phone. You don't need the phone. But, like, for Werewolf, if no one's memorized the script, it's useful. And also, like, the voice actor for the script is really good. I know the Diablo Immortal thing. Just more of a... Everyone's got their phone for board game night, but at the same time, like, does anyone want to actually give up their phone to use it for a board game? Get your most infamous, like, won't get off their phone for their turn player and make them give up their phone for the game. I'm going trample. It's like trample. Question mark on the brute's portrait. Change to a number. Okay, 72. Initiative. I still have to get used to seeing where it is. For you, you can purchase microtransactions. Lovely. On the app. Blech. I wonder if I actually still have the werewolf app. I don't know. Probably. The number next to the first card you select different character's initiative, the lower number the earlier. Yeah. 72 is not great. 87's even worse though. So we literally only have 2 cards, otherwise it would be doing a rest to get cards back. Now Now it is the brute's turn. Time to choose some actions. Each half of a card represents an action comprised of one or more abilities. You get to use 2 actions per turn. You can pick any of the 4 card halves on the left to use as your first action. So for this, it doesn't work with probabilities here, at least. But yeah, so if I pick the top part of trample, I have to choose the bottom part of grab and go. So that's how they balance the cards. Top half of trample on bottom of grab and go, or bottom of trample on top of grab. There's nothing for the brute to do in this room, so you'll want to proceed through the door with movability. So we're going to use the bottom half of that and top half of this. The door. A bandit guard. How well set up? Like player characters, monsters also select turn actions on their turns to find out what the band is. Planning to do this round by selecting it in the top panel. They're going to move and attack. That's it. Whilst hovered, you can use to see the bandits' intentions of this round. Let's move and attack. It's our last bit of movement. Now it's in the discard pile for our character. Now we attack. And hey, look! Oh, you can only see part of it, but you can see enough. Just the bottom has a section of like what people are doing in the rounds. It reminds me of like Roll20. For a listing of what happens. A chat box. It might actually, you know what? It might literally be like a chat box sort of thing if it's a multiplayer game. I don't know. I haven't ever played this multiplayer. Whenever you attack, an attack modifier is shown from your character's modifier attack, and that value is applied to your attack. This game is very heavy because it has a lot of cards. And figures too. So just, you also like have a modifier. Like you have your regular deck, which isn't necessarily super huge at the beginning anyway. And then a separate deck for drawing your modifier. We have above the bandit guard. Okay, we drew a plus nothing. Nothing. I've never played Fractured Butthole. I think I've seen someone play bits of it. You don't have the time to really have... You do not have the time to make mistakes really in this game. At least on the base version. Okay. Adjusted -19. I only tested with the like background music and not with the characters. Victory. Great. Return to map. That's it. To start with.
Welcome to your first training mission. You've learned the basics, but now you must help.
I've never played Paper Mario either.
Deal with a bandit archer elite.
You gotta.
Enemy with greater stats.
Is there another comparison? I won the entire game. Wrap it up. So we have a wounded brute with the archer.
With only a single hit point remaining, any amount of damage getting through will cause the
really? Yes, seriously, I've never played Paper Mario. What system is it on? GameCube? N64? I never had those. I barely got access to a GameCube. Oh, well, okay. Wait, I did get access to a GameCube. Hold on, let me grab it. Let me grab the picture. Where did I put it? I look in here. Nope. Did I put it in here? I would have to dig really far to find that. Never mind. Yeah, no, I did apparently have a GameCube that I keep forgetting about that I borrowed for something. But I never played it. Unless that was a PS2? I talked about it on... It had Beautiful Joe. What system did Beautiful Joe come out on? Hi, Coffee. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the water. Wait, the activity... Oh! I see. Wait, no, but that didn't keep up. That didn't keep up. Cross-platform? There's also... And this is one of the reasons... Beautiful Joe is the reason I looked at it and said, okay, I know I borrowed this because someone was like, hey, you should play Beautiful Joe. You should really play Beautiful Joe. And also, they let me... I say they let me borrow. I didn't ask for this. I'm pretty certain. They just lent it to me with everything else. What? Okay. Sorry, that was, the vent for the airbrush booth fell out of the window. Not like out, just, on my side it fell out. So it's kind of like, well, what is that noise? Is it a cat? Did I forget a cat in here? No. I was told I sound like I'm outside. It was kind of like, oh, that's because I have a window. That's because... because I am. Because I am. Okay, rolling assault. Save a choice. Oh, we should look. You should see the other cards too. Whoop. Let me check what I wrote it to be. I wrote a very basic function for quotes. I did not write... Wait. Okay. What is it? Wait, that's not the right thing. Triggers? Add quote or quote add. Either one. Like, exclamation point, no space, add quote, and then the quote. I think that's a pretty standard format, right? Tape it up. I can't really tape it up. I guess I could. It just kind of hangs in there on the window when it's open. But and it doesn't bother me to leave it open. I should be glad I didn't do a Zoidberg noise. Okay. So shield bash, attack and stun, spare dagger. Or sorry, attack with a stun, or we could shield. Spare dagger is a range attack or a regular attack. Overwhelming assault is just like big heavy attack or move. Grab and go is loot or move. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. I am next week going to play Promise. I keep thinking Promise Detective Agency. Promise Mascot Agency? And I'll think about something for after Okami. I just really want to play Promise. It's possible. But we're supposed to loot the archer's gold and kill the archer in a single attack. It might be more of a case of the archer has to move back from us, to be honest. The archer might not have a whole lot in her hand for... Okay, she's gonna move and then attack at range. Or we burn cards to avoid damage. And by burning, I mean they are gone from our deck, I believe. I don't know which one I want to burn. She has 6 health. It doesn't matter.
Overwhelming Assault is a powerful card, but such power comes at a cost. Actions like Overwhelming Assault's
right, okay, it's burned. We burned 2 cards there.
Cause the card to be burned once used, meaning you can't use it again in this scenario. Time to grab that gold.
I think that I just have to wait. There's a treasure chest. We can't get it. So you can loot? Or you could end your turn on that space to loot. It's your Shonen battle attack. The one that you can use once an episode, basically. As you can see, you can only use part of your actions, skip the remaining parts if you don't want to use them. No enemies left in your objective complete. Scenario normally would have ended already, leaving that chest behind. However, for the sake of training, I'm going to set you another objective. Loot the chest.
Before you rush headlong into that trap, you might want to heal up a bit first. I'd suggest taking a long rest, which will let you heal too, and recover enough discarded cards, allowing you to withstand the 2 damage from the trap and reach the chest.
Burn 1 discarded card to recover all of the discarded cards? There's only... We're gonna burn per... Can we... And selection... Select discarded card to burn card. Doing this one. Move on to trap and take damage. Great. Okay. So whatever card we select first is going to determine our initiative. I wanted to double check that. Because there could be reasons we want to go, like, later. Who needs ankles anyway? Who needs fingers? I actually was able to do a quick bit of testing, and I was able to get the hands to work. What I think happened is that I had a pose set that hard-coded the hands into a position. Because when I checked later, I was able to get the hands working. It's either that or the body trackers are overriding the hand trackers, which... I don't know. But I was able to get just the fingers to move on a few test models, including my own. Okay, I know this is kind of dumb. He wants to move. If he wants to move. Why can't I move? I fucked up. I fucked up! I'm gonna lose the scenario. I didn't realize that the movement was actually attached to the top or the bottom. Like, the movement is attached to the bottom of the card, and this is attached to the top! Rip.
What about looting the chest?
Yep. Defeat. Okay. Lesson learned.
Welcome with only.
Okay, it was overwhelming assault and... He really wants us to do grab and go. Okay. Cannot undo things. Burn card. We're gonna burn spare dagger. Just it being attached to the bottom like that. Ah. Move 2 or move 4. Yep, yep. Skip, skip. Long rest. We're gonna burn provoking roar again. Now we're going to do this properly. This is movement. And then we get to loot. Take that back! The brute is perfectly fine. Actually, I really like the brute.
Oh, those boots of striding will come in handy next time you need a little extra mobility. Right.
Does he actually have a plush? I don't think I've ever seen the plush. Hold on.
So
There is not, in fact, a brute plushie. However, there's a Mind Thief plushie. You want your cute mascot character. Here you go. There's your dude. I don't think he actually really looks like that. Hold on. Let me see about Mind Thief. Because I have an idea, like, is this what it looks like? Okay, yeah. I see it, but at the same time, I don't. Let me open this as a new image. This is the Mind Thief. Let's look again. And back, shall we? Uncatchable. Welcome. It's my first time. Well, it's not my first time playing this game, but it's first time in a long time. Like, multiple years. Multiple years. Liberties are taken. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think we did have a crack heart in the campaign that we started. This is from 2021 Coffee for the digital version. The board game has been out since pre-COVID. It was a big deal. It was a big deal. No, Jay, you can't say that. It came out like 4 years ago. It came out like 4 years ago on digital. This came out in 2017 for the physical board game. Yeah, it was a huge deal, and it was like the talk of everyone, kind of like, can this fit? Can your table fit Gloomhaven? That's like #1 question for table makers now. Shush! It was not almost 10 years ago. It was like 8 years ago. Yeah, coffee is with me. It's relatively recent. Never punched. $40? How much did it retail for? Like 300? Hold on. No, not 300. You can get it for 230. I want to buy it right now. Okay. Wait, second edition is like $200. Yeah, but it's no Kingdom Death. It is no Kingdom Death in terms of, like, price. Actually, I don't know how much Kingdom Death weighs. How heavy? If you have all 12 expansions, So, okay. Someone has full game, all 12 expansions, plus some white boxes, all sleeved in a broken token organizer. Around 35 pounds? Oh, no, they said 16 kilograms. No, never mind. 35 pounds. Base game is 19. Ha. And I don't remember how much Kingdom Death is. Katana's not too bad. Price. What's in the shop? How much? If I wanted to buy Kingdom Death. Not that I'm going to, for so many reasons. So many reasons. Game. Frog Dog, Black Knight. 1.6. $400! Does 1.6 come with Gambler's Chest expansion? No, that's $800. Before you start adding in other stuff and shipping. Flower Knight is 70, but Flower Knight looks so fucking cool. Lonely Tree does too. I could pass on the Gorm. So affordable. Whole game for the... You can get a whole game for the family for a way cheaper price, though. I'm not letting a kid get their grubby hands on this stuff. I'm giving them Flux. You can get Flux from... Wait, no, Flux with 2X is not 3. How much can you get Flux for now? If I got it from Looney Labs. Like $20. Teach them... I don't know, camping. No, not teach them camping. There's original Flux for... They're all $20. Jeez. Okay, hold on. They're not gonna, like, say anything about where I am, right? No, they don't. Great. This is one of the earliest games that I have that was, like... That is a board game. I should say, it's not a board game. It's a card game. It's a tabletop game. But I used to play this with friends a lot when we had a lot of spare time. So... I think I only have a couple versions. Like, I've got Cthulhu Flux. My Fluxes don't actually have this kind of box. They have, like, a way weaker box. I don't know which version I have, though. It's not educational at all. Or at least the base one isn't. There is, like, Monty Python Flux. Yeah. where you have to quote the game. Or you have to quote the movie. Oh my gosh, it's the same people. It is the same. Is this the... How old is this video? You can't quite see from here. Because YouTube is not very... Oh, you know what? It's very unhappy with me probably because I told it to, like, not do some things. Or it doesn't like ad blocker. But 20 years ago... 20 years ago! I think I met these people at a convention. Looney Labs was at a convention selling their game. That's where I think I bought my copy of Flux back then. You can't. Yeah. Old. Shush. I know that they had... It's all versions. That's where they keep the weed versions, isn't it? I'm not gonna... It's kind of... I want to look, but I'm not going... I'm gonna look on a different browser. What's in the adult copy? Adult section before I do anything. They're not, like, really adult. Okay, yeah. It's not. Wait. What? Hold on. This is fine. They're not super adult. I remember seeing Stoner Flux. I think a friend has a copy of that, but none of us did anything like that at the time, so we, kind of turned it into something else. We turned it into Knitting Flux, I think, every time. This is from Chrononauts. For a second, I was a little... The pyramid kind of confused me, because I do remember that they had a pyramid game at one point, but I think they might not have worked it. Wholesome. Haha. Yep. Totally innocent. Pyramid games, I think. They don't seem to have the game that I remember from 20 years ago, but that's fine because that was probably just didn't really work out. I also have Aquarius and Seven Dragons, and I think I have them basically in that box. And that was also where I learned about Werewolf. Sort of. Flux. No, it's Knit or Pearl. Or Stockinette or a bunch of other things, but... Or Frogging. Flux is like a sci-fi term. But yeah, Flux is their big hit. That makes some money. There's a solo Flux playmat. It's kind of a... What does this... There's a solo version of the game. No, there isn't. There's not a solo version of the game. I wonder if they just have, like, solo variant rules. They also have... Yeah, do they still have Family Flux? They don't have Family Flux anymore, I guess. That one has, like, the rules in it determine who can play certain types of things, I believe. Like, the oldest person in the group would be able to do stuff for the youngest person. Flux is fine. Flux is easy. Chrononauts is where it's at. I didn't know that they had a Star Trek version. They don't have any pictures? Okay, they do have a picture. You have a bunch of cards that have a timeline. You have to flip them in order to accomplish your character's goal. And one of them is a cockroach. One of the characters is a cockroach. And for the cockroach, I believe they want to come... The cockroach character comes from the Destroyed Apocalypse, so they basically want to crash the game. Which you can do. If you start, like, messing with the timeline too much, you will crash the game. guess it really just isn't like that. I'll have to figure out what plugin is breaking it. I thought I was just really unlucky when I had that issue before, but I turned on too many plugins. Wait, no, I know exactly what plugin must be doing it. There is, I believe, a card also to reset your mission, which is your character. So yeah, just keep hitting until you hit bug. Bug, and then wreck everyone's day.
A move action with a jump effect will help you here. Jump allows you to cross tiles containing obstacles or enemies, and even move over traps without triggering them.
No, it's not. It's way shorter than Monopoly. That's the one thing. It's actually how long? 20 to 45 minutes a game. 20 to 45 minutes a game. Not nearly that bad. I'm trying to think about the games that have been like sort of friendship enters. Cosmic Encounter. Not actually a friendship ender, but man, if something is going to end a friendship, it might be that. Because some of it is absolute bullshit. Risk? I'm not saying Risk do that, but I haven't seen people play Risk in a long, long time. I had some friends who, before I got... Well, I was playing Flux, but before I got into other board games, I had some friends who played Risk together sometimes, and it just seemed like it took forever. But they were also Warhammer people, so I guess... Like, you can't bring Warhammer here, but there's already a copy of Risk, so there's no problem. I'm Berserk Boy. Move action with jump effects. Diplomacy is ironically a friendship former? Diplomacy, the game. I don't know if I've seen someone play that. A move action with jump effects. Okay, yep.
Those boots of striding you picked up last time can be used to increase a move ability by 2 hexes. That will enable you to get up close and personal this turn. You don't have the damage to take her out in one go, but if you act fast, you could apply the disarm condition to her before she can attack. Your objectives for this first round are:
please keep this information on the screen.
Traps unscathed. Disarm the archer before she attacks.
Yep, okay. So the concept is leap and then disarm. So bottom part, top part, okay. And we're doing 10 so we can get the lower number. Or we're choosing one card first to get the lower number. You'd be surprised at how easy it can be to ignore traps on the ground. Okay. I'm looking at this and thinking, jump. Okay, so this should be fine. Just doing that. Yes, that's absolutely a jump. Can we? We can't move into her spot, can we? No, we can't. Escape movement. Attack to disarm. You don't want Dungeon Crawler?
You did it. Not only did you get a decent hit in with provoking roar, but thanks to the disarm condition you applied, the archer couldn't attack for the turn. She's low on health now, so you should be able to finish her off. Your objectives this turn are: kill the archer, jump over the traps, and loot the chest. I want you to achieve both this round.
He sounds a little bit like he has a little bit of cotton in his mouth or something. But I could also understand, you know, that the teeth are not super helpful. Short rest allow you to recover discarded cards. Okay, yep. Burn one, recover all other. Short rest. I kind of forgot how much health she has. It's nice that they tell us how many are left in terms of the potential for the initiative. Okay. We can attack to disarm again, or we can leap and cleave. 3, 2. There's something I'm going to do real quick. I don't think so. There's also elements, but we don't have to worry about that as this character type. You don't think it matters? I'll burn. Okay, she only has 2 left. Excellent. Oh, then it's fine. We'll attack. I'm looking at this and thinking, no, we can actually do this. This is what we're supposed to do. Because we have to jump over the traps to loot the chest. So, attack, disarm. And we're skipping the money so we can loot the chest. Healing potion. Hag tag? 25? I've had it on for like 2 years. I've had it on for 2 years at least. Yeah, I'm 336. I'm going to be turning 337 in May. Yes, we're doing digital version because I don't think I could fit it on the table. And the digital version is really nice. Young at heart, and that's what matters. Thank you! I'm glad I project that. I'm glad I project that. It's a board game. I really should start doing that for the people who come in. I'm like, wait, Gloomhaven, cool. Have you played the board game? Like, wait, there's a board game. Yeah. I am not playing with chat right now. I actually don't know anyone else who has. Oh, I know one person. I know one person who has a copy of this game. Sasha has a copy, and we wanted to play together, but we never made that happen. Otherwise, I don't know who has it. Now I know too. You have a copy too? Arrest having to jump right into the chest. Yep.
To be a successful guildmaster, you need to pay close attention to enemy actions.
Young at heart until she screams. My screams! It's not like my screams sound old, right? I'm just taking a long time, Orange. It's not actually that long. I've been told I sound young. I don't sound like I'm as old as I am before, but frightful. I'm glad I can bring the appropriate energy to that. Yeah, totally acting. None of the screams are real. None. To be a successful guildmaster, you need to play close attention to the enemy actions. Yep,
Just
okay.
one simple objective for you this time. Don't get attacked. You'll have to start over if an enemy manages to land a hit.
I feel like there's only one way to test that, right? I don't know why it gave 2 quotes. Let me check real quick. Why? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I know why it did. I have the copy twice. I have 2. Yeah, no, I don't have 2 instances. I had 2 of the same button. I think one of them was going to be, I was going to edit it, and I never got around to editing it. So I just, that's funny. Why do I have add quote here and pull, why do I pull quote here but not add quote? Where's add quote? And then, looking at another deck, and it's kind of a, oh, that's why, because I have it over here, too. Whatever, no big deal. Literally earlier this stream. 2 quotes for the price of 1 commands. How... What a steal.
You'll need to escape this room by opening the door in front of the brute. But remember that enemies in the next room...
I should edit that 1 quote so it's not double quotes. Who is Grabthar? Who?
My advice? Act quickly, looking carefully at what actions the enemies are going to take. I've set it up so that you should be able to find a safe place to stand, out of reach from all enemies. Let's see if you can survive.
Don't get attacked for 2 whole rounds. So that's an easy burn card, the Provoking Roar. We will find out. Okay, we're gonna move. We can't attack from there. Move 2 and attack 2. I'm not liking this so far. Because unless I end here... Actually, this might be the best option, but I wasted the frickin' move. I wasted the move because I don't think any of these are going to be able to reach me in time. She moves 1, a range 3 for attacks. So she's going to move here. We're here. Let's say she moves here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is a safe spot. In the door is a safe spot right now. Let's get movement. Let's get attack. We should also heal, maybe. But, you know what? It doesn't matter, because we're not supposed to get attacked. Yeah.
Excellent. You eluded the enemies in both rooms. Open the door.
You got it. That's on your feet.
More enemies to deal with. So make sure you're prepared for that when opening doors in future. Just one more. You'll find it tricky to locate a safe space this time.
Prevents an attack to survive. We're gonna have to short rest. Now the question is, what do we burn? So we'll probably want a provoking roar. So what we really have to do is disarm that guy and move. We're gonna short rest. We're gonna short rest. We're gonna redraw. We can't. Okay, fine. That hurts. I should have done it. I should have accepted the first one. I was really hoping, but I guess we're not. It's predetermined. The problem is that we won't be able to move fast enough to get out of his way, I think. Because no matter what, this is gonna be a bad. This is not gonna work. I fucked up. Yeah, I'm dead.
You can get out of reach of those pesky archers from the first room.
Yep. Defeat. No, I shouldn't have. Not used the initial card. I used only 2 out of 4 movement. Yes. Opening the door. Skip movement. Skip attack. And it is, in a way.
Excellent. You eluded the enemies in both rooms. Opening a door will always add just what you'll find.
You have to think extremely strategically for this game. No, but you're not wrong in general, because I do remember in the having a real tough time with my group with the opening scenarios for the physical game too. Okay, we're definitely gonna short rest. We're gonna burn this. So we have. We can't disarm from here. We can move. We're gonna have to provoking roar anyway. No matter what. Because we want to go first. It is not seated, no. But still, scenarios, at least the beginning ones, were set up for it's a very specific kind of style of play. No, we can't do that. If I just move, that will not get me far enough away, so it has to be 2 and then disarm. 2. Disarm. Now they can't catch up. Scrunch the door.
Excellent stuff. You're well on your way to becoming a professional. And how about that disarm? Pretty powerful condition, eh? That and a nice low initiative of 10 makes provoking roar a really nifty ability for getting out of.
There's also descent, which this reminds me of, where it's co-op. Well, in Descent's case, it's co-op against it's not a dungeon master. However, effectively it's a dungeon master. Someone is playing the enemy side. And you have to play to the objective.
One more test, and then I think you'll be ready to start exploring the world and recruiting mercenaries to our guild.
Async warfare. We were not particularly suited for that either. It was kind of a, oh, we have to kill the enemies. It was kind of a, yeah, but they're infinitely spawning. And oh god, we're dying on the field. We can't get bogged down. We have to run. We just have to run.
This is not normally the case. In real scenarios, for each attack, the character will draw an attack modifier which influences the damage.
I should have grabbed the physical copy of the rules for this. Glaze through.
+2 or
glance through.
2. Decreased by
Glance through.
-1, -2, or ×0, or leave the value unaffected, as you've seen with a +0. You can see the contents of a character's modifier deck by hovering over any character. Note that unlike player characters, all monsters share a single attack modifier deck. For this training scenario, these archers have just 2 attack modifiers remaining in their decks, ×2 and ×0. We want them to draw the ×0 to deal.
It's not the driest board game rules I think I've ever read.
Disadvantage to ensure that.
The Darkest Dungeon ones. Ugh. I've never played Mage Knight. Maybe someone else in chat has. Maybe they can compare.
Ranged attacks have disadvantage when they're
disadvantage. That's such a cool system.
This forces the attacker to draw 2
I see.
cards instead of just 1, and the worst result is selected. As these archers only have 2 modifiers remaining, if they attack with disadvantage, they will draw both, but be forced to choose the ×0 over the ×2 as the worst result, dealing no damage. You can see when disadvantage will apply from the flashing purple symbol next to the health bar. You can only disadvantage one archer here, so kill the other with a ranged attack. Should be easy, as the Brute's attack modifier deck is full.
Thank you for stacking the deck for us, trainer. Very nice.
Thank me later. Your objectives are: stand next to one of the archers to give her disadvantage, kill the other archer with a ranged attack.
Let's see. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right there. All +1s for them. Villain ×2. So this is going to be a spare dagger situation. Okay, we have to end up over here. Does it have to be a 4? Yeah, we can totally do this to this. I wanted to reread a story. Move over here. I keep forgetting about the boots.
See how she drew both the ×0 and ×2 modifiers? Disadvantage forced her to draw 2 attack modifiers and use the worst one. You You also saw how your attack with spare dagger drew a +1.
Yeah, the face. The face. Apparently, a decade ago, I decided to put a bunch of shortcuts for faces. Calmoji, I guess? On my phone. So, trying to search up the story, all I got was the face. I don't have that one. That one's easy. But, hold on. Actually, wait. Would this work? Hold on. I wonder if it's shared across devices. If I just type this, will it auto... Yes, it will. Easy. Easy. There we go. Oh, wait. There's another one. Okay. That's how long that they've been in there. They've been in there long enough for that emoji to exist. Or rather, like, maybe more so the other way around, thinking about it. They're that old. It felt both longer and shorter than I thought, because it's kind of a wait. Wasn't there a twist about this? And I was correct about this story. That was the story. Yeah, it is from 2012. So not like super old in the long run. Kill the archer. Save the chest. Or grab the chest. So short rest. Leaping cleave. Only 13. It's only... It's not quite a quarter of the way through the year. It's only a quarter of the way through the... It's not even a quarter of the way through the year. I'm wondering about which card I want. Like, I should think about that first. Spare dagger would be great. She has 4. We have +1. Okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter. We'll burn it. Wait. Hold on. All I have is this one, Katzak. Try to search that face. You get Denko. Yeah, it's a Denko face. Well, I mean, that face is not Denko, but that is the face associated with the Denko story. That face. You've read Denko, right? I should say that in that way. Denko is a... Yeah, it's a green text story from 2chan about a stalker not realizing that... Not getting it through their head that they're a stalker. And completely ignoring all the advice that... Well, not ignoring all the advice. They took some of the advice. And, you know, they were getting trolled for half the time. The other half, it was kind of a leave Denko alone. Please, when she says that she doesn't want to talk to you, or like, don't email me, it's a case of she doesn't want to talk to you. It's not like, oh, she wants to meet in person instead. How long of a path can you take for listening? Or rather, not for listening. Extrapolating in completely the wrong direction with what seems to be straightforward instructions. She's just being tsundere! Of course! Of course. It opened with him It opens with a guy talking about sending her like 600 mails over the course of 3 days. Like emails, messages. I'm thinking about that and it's kind of, okay, maybe back in the AIM days I could have done that. Maybe, but that's different, isn't it? A little bit. And that's back and forth. But... But when you treat it just like a chat, like a real chat, 200 messages a day. $600, yeah. Yeah. You send like 6 to someone for a full conversation? That's not a lot. Doesn't feel like a lot. Okay. We're getting the chest. No, he never said that. He never said that. You communicate very efficiently. I am extremely inefficient. I am debating, like, all I need to do probably, not that I need to, but it's more of a, I could just, I can live without Discord Nitro for a month or two because every little bit helps, and it's not like I need the emojis, but God, I'm gonna miss emojis if I do that. I'm gonna miss emojis if I do that so much. So it's kind of I can do that. And I can't even, the only emotes I'll have access to otherwise, because I cancel all my Twitch subs for just, you know, they're too, I won't have access to them either. All I'll have access to are my own, so it's kind of, I'll have only those. Only those. I haven't actually canceled Discord yet, so I feel like I'm talking big game about something that hasn't happened. But I should. I don't need to spend $10 a month for fixtures if I don't really need it. Yeah. But otherwise, it's really useful for conveying tone. It's really useful for conveying tone.
You finished your basic training missions. Time to introduce you to the other mercs and get you exploring.
I'm not deleting Discord, but I'm thinking, like, I could also try to time my Final Fantasy XIV subscription, since I don't really use it a whole lot. I could try and time it. If I can just, like, sign up for a month at a time and do, like, every other month, maybe I'll be able to keep my house! It's horrible. I think after May, I'll be fine. After May, I'll be fine. Which is why it's really just like a month or two. The price of cats, yeah. The price of cats. I mean, it's a really good reason to have the ruling. Otherwise, you have people like me sitting on empty large houses when there could be someone in there with a really cool decorative house. There could be a venue there. There could be a club. There could be a house of ill repute in that lot. You know? And here I am just sitting in the Ishgard corner by the hot springs. With only a decorated outside and no one's allowed inside. You just think infinite houses? You could have an apartment! Strobe lights? I don't think they have strobe lights, though. I don't think there's strobe lights. There is a stripper pole, though, isn't there? I'm pretty certain, yeah, there's a stripper pole. Not in my house, but in general. I think my FC house has a stripper pole in the basement on a platform. The old FC lead put it in there. Greetings, Guildmaster. I'm the humble merchant of your fledgling guild. I deal with the important aspects of running a guild. In other words, money. Which, I might add, is sorely lacking at the moment. What you can see right now is the world map. I have to do the hand, like, motion, the Majora's Mask salesman guy. The stripper pole, I probably did. The golden saucer has nothing what some of these FC houses have. Stripper pole's not in my house. Actually, once I took over a rental agreement from someone who took their stripper pole with them out of the basement. Like an actual physical house. Not physical, okay, yeah, townhouse is a house, right? Yeah. Stripper pole's not in my house. It was a very long time ago. What you can see right now is the world map. You probably notice it looks a bit barren at the moment, and, well, I've got some good news and some bad news for you. I've never had a stripper pole. I have never been in a strip club. Wait, no. Okay, I'm thinking that, and it's kind of a, no, I don't think that they could set up a stripper pole as a thing at a, I forgot the word. It's a saucy show plus, like, comedy. It's one of those places, or places. No, it's not a night market. Well, yes, it was a night event at a con. Burlesque, yes! I don't think they set up a stripper pole at the burlesque show. Otherwise, I don't think I've ever actually seen a stripper pole. Yeah. There is no way. What about that bring? Centerpiece must have brought the room together. Yeah, it totally brought the basement together right by the laundry machines. No, I'm not that athletic, Clay. The abs fan art. Fan art is fan art. I do not have a burlesque house. Was living the dream of living in living in a townhouse, basement, and stripping at the local strip club. I've never seen that, Delson. I've never seen any sections that have burlesque houses in Simpsons. Fresh stripper, cigar smoke, crusty stains of electricity tens. Guys. Christmas. We were considering, actually, at that same house, we were considering getting a Festivus pole. We never did, though. We didn't have, it was kind of a, this would be fun to have. However, none of us had the cash to, like, scratch up for it. And who actually wants to be the person who's like, yep, that's my stripper pole? Or is it a shared stripper pole? Which is even weirder. And also kind of like, if someone leaves, who takes it? There were a lot of questions about, you know, the Festivus pole. The bad news is that the realm has been overrun with all manner of unpleasant monsters. Rogue bandits, wandering undead, dark cultists, you name it. The good news is that you're going to help us restore the roots back to the other settlements out there, hidden in the fog. It seems unsanitary. Sharing a pole. You can, like, wipe it down, right? Yeah! Festivus is from Seinfeld, right? It's a whole thing. The pole is just a part of it. And it's not like it's supposed to be a stripper pole, right? It's just an aluminum pole to represent, like, a completely bare tree, isn't it? But no, I think we just did taco and bourbon nights instead of doing, like, Festivus in general. Just, it probably would not have been an actual good idea to go through with the what's the word? The airing of the grievances. And I absolutely know who would have won. Isn't there like a wrestling match or something? It was kind of a, okay, yeah. I don't know if I want. One of the guys in the house was really big into the gyms. It was kind of yep, nope. Don't need to know. We don't need to go through with the wrestling. What do you mean it's getting weird? Restore the roots. Yeah, it'd be super lopsided. Before we can do anything about that, however, we'll need to get some mercenaries on the guild roster. Let's start with actually recruiting the poor old brute, who got himself into a spot of bother, again. Yet again, the brute finds himself in a precarious situation. Guide him out safely and he'll surely join the guild. I am brute. Wow. My mother's name is Lilac. No, my mother has no idea. My mother has no idea. My mother has... No. No. How would she react? She would probably think she'd be chill. I mean, considering how long the past that was like that was a long time ago in a different place. So, your sister, absolutely not. I expected this of your brother, but not you. More like. But she probably still would have expected it from. Well, not really expected it, but more of course. Well, probably. She really liked my roommate at the time, who I still sometimes, well, I say sometimes, like every couple of years we meet up and go to an event or something like that. No, he doesn't have a stripper pole, but it wouldn't surprise me considering he was a little bit more wild, but he's like weird, like chaotic lawful. He's weirdly chaotic lawful. But no, she probably would have her concept of that one friend like shattered because my mother was apparently extremely judgmental of the people that I spent time with. And I didn't quite understand how judgmental she was until way later. But at the same time, it's kind of a, well, she wasn't a bad influence at all. If anything, I was a bad influence on her. It would make him neutral. Sometimes for a good reason. Sometimes for a good reason, yes. For this stuff, not quite so much. All's well that ends well, right? Okay, the trainer tells you to head to the Demon's Gate graveyard, and there you find a mausoleum with a smashed front door. Walking down the steps into the gloom below, you follow a trail of broken bones until you hear the sounds of battle. Entering a chamber, the badly wounded brute is facing off against a number of undead. You calculate effort towards it. My brother nowadays, probably not. But my brother, back when he was during that phase, actually, I don't know what he may have done. There's huge gaps. I don't really talk to my siblings all that much. I never heard any stories of what they did in their youth, really, aside from a few bits and pieces, like hearing about my brother sneaking out when he was fairly young to go out drinking with friends, which was something I didn't do. So it's kind of, that's why I'd say, like, he was the wild one. I don't know if any of the daughters got to get away with that. So, he probably could have done that. Let's begin looking more closely at what each individual character can do. In this scenario, Brute has 2 level 1 living bone elites to deal with, which mean their stats will be greater than their level 0 counterparts. Monster stats are combined with a base ability card drawn from the monster's class turn, resulting in the cards you see when the monster's cards for the round are revealed. So expect them to move a bit further and attack a bit harder, especially as they are elites. Actually had... The only reason I found out about my mother's probing, I guess, is one of my friends from that time told me that my mother was basically needling her about a mutual friend's grades at the time. Because I guess my mother didn't like that friend very much. So other friend covered for her and was basically kind of inflating her grades a bit for her. Yeah. It's not like the worst thing, but my mother was very focused on academics. Note that they both have an innate shield 1 effect, indicated by the shield icon. Each point of shield prevents 1 damage from incoming attacks. However, an amount of shield can be ignored if targeted with an attack with Pierce. My mother was a bit overbearing, I guess. I had some other friends who had very lax parents, though. I have it on good authority that these living bones are going to attack more than once each this turn. You are low on cards, and won't be able to afford to burn any cards, so surviving here will require some shielding of your own. By the way, while these enemy shields are an innate persistent effect, normally active bonuses granting abilities such as shield are accompanied by a round or persistent icon, duration icon. And then just thinking there's some other things that you can only really... You can tell someone it's a bad idea until your face is blue, but are they really going to listen? Probably not. Like if you tell your young... I don't want to say young daughter. Not like young, but like teenage daughter, like, no, you can't see this guy who is... like 6 years younger than, or 6 years older than you. Do you think she's actually gonna really listen? Okay, we have to kill living bones using an attack with Pierce. Apply some shield of your own. Use your minor healing potion. Not until bad things happen. Not until... Thinking about that. Unless you're a mastermind in manipulation and make it so that she ends up wanting to break up with him. Or if a friend says it's a bad idea, I suppose, maybe. I don't know why she... It was probably actually, you know what I'm thinking? It was probably like distance. It really hurt it. And a little bit of time, but not a huge amount of time. Survive the round by applying shield and using health potion. Okay, we definitely need to use the shield. 'Cause, 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 So they have 6 health. Move 4. That's really fast. Attack 2. No range. Do we still have a +1? No. I don't think that's really going to help. Health potion. Avoid the shields. Thank you for 29 months, Yuri. Welcome, welcome. Wow, it's Gloomhaven. Look familiar. One day we'll play multiplayer. I did all the things, I just had to survive. They only attack once, right? We will. Just. We have to burn. I should have done this the other way around. Whom Glaven? For whom the glaive tolls? For whom the glaive gloove? For gloom the hoove? Havens. Yikes! Yikes, that was quite the onslaught. Nonetheless, your shield prevented enough damage to keep Root alive. Phew. Final objective, kill the remaining living bones. Good luck, he's a tanky one. A tip for you. Perhaps you could use the old push and trap combo? Note that shield only prevents damage from attacks, but it doesn't do anything against direct damage, such as from traps. Yes, okay, we want warding strength. This is fine. This may have been a mistake. I'm looking at it and thinking we're... Okay, we'll see if it goes. Because maybe I should have not burned that one card, because looking at it like, okay, push 3. Or attack 3, push 2. Okay, no, that's actually that's gonna be enough. That's totally enough. It's enough. Thanks for the cheer. Where are we gonna push him? Confirm push. That was waste. I should have went to take the money. I should have moved. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Save the brute yet again. I hear he's decided that adventuring alone is not working out for him, so he's agreed to be the first mercenary in your guild. Let's get out of this dusty crypt and see who else we can recruit. Rip. Are you sure? The brute can sure soak up damage well, but he's not the most mobile. Having ample funds is going to be of utmost importance in getting this guild off the ground. Do you know anyone good at, gold acquisition? Well, I know just the woman. She's also a dab hands at poking holes in those who get in her way. She's in the process of liberating some gold right now. Shall we lend her a hand? Okay. Scoundrel. New character type. So I think they're going to cover at least 3 because there's also going to be a caster later. I don't know. It would not surprise me if people have mods for that. But I don't know if it's supported out of the box. You can play this on Steam Deck. Thank you. Thank you for the notice. I'm looking at it and thinking, please. Wait, there is a level editor. There is a level editor. Is that the kind of thing that would work for it? So maybe not necessarily like an entire campaign, but at least individual levels. It reminds me a little bit of Slay the Princess. The trainer points you in the direction of a ruined crypt on the outskirts of town. Dead bandits litter the area, many with knives still embedded in their corpses. It's clear they didn't see their attacker coming. She's just leaving them out there? With all her knives? Are they no good after one use? Meet the scoundrel. She's incredibly nimble and mobile, not to mention able to combo off huge amounts of melee damage when things line up just right. Let's help her out of this sticky situation. Firstly, you need to kill 3 archers this round before they attack. You'll certainly need something that can hit more than one target at a time. So 2 targets. Okay. So obviously throwing knives, and then it's kind of a case of do we smoke bomb? It has to be that. That's the only way we can do it. 10, 12, 13. Okay. Move fast. Gloomhaven? I don't want to think about brooms. I have a broom actually right outside the garden right now. I need to do some sweeping. The cat keeps chewing on it. I'm thinking about it. Is there a maid witch VTuber? Because Broomhaven could also fit for that. Yeah. Yeah, a bit. I actually have to do some spring cleaning. And also I want to finish off. I want to finish off the tracker so I can get all the electronic stuff out of the airbrush station. There's a VTuber for everything, right? Maid witch or witch maid. Takago for the main, Rudika for the witch. Someone has to have like there has to be a witch who has a separate maid outfit. Actually, you know what? Just wait for Maid Day, and I'm sure the witch VTubers will be shown in maid outfits. Don't forget, May 10th is Maid Day. Okay, this is fine. Wait. Okay. That's a little annoying. There we go. We didn't even have to actually hit her. Apprentice witch? Not quite the same. Not quite the same. Like, okay, thinking about apprentices. Would you call an apprentice... Would you call an apprentice plumber and an apprentice Sparky a like plumber maid or a electrician maid? They do chores. Yeah. Yeah. Tell the apprentices that. Sparky maid. Apprentice is the old-timey word for intern. Paid interns usually, right? Actually, maybe not. Back in the old day. Specialty maids. Just like Tanto Cuore. Ha! Feels good picking off multiple targets in a single turn, doesn't it? One last objective. Loot at least 3 and lose 5 piles of gold this turn. A tip for you. Sometimes half the card allows you to move 2. Loot abilities pick up all the gold within the radius specified by the value. So it works out where you need to stand and get looting. So what we're looking for is loot. We don't get anything for that. Can we long rest? Oh, we have to do it with all the stuff that we have available. Okay. I don't want to burn this. I don't want to burn this. Frick. Hold on. Heavily armor made? Have you seen anything that Auxilia Genome has been drawing recently? He's been drawing a lot of... Wait, yeah, he's been drawing armored... Well, maybe not like heavily armored maids. He has been drawing armored maids, though. Maids with guns? No, let me think. He drew... I don't remember if he drew No Sharko and Sharklet, both as, like, maids with armor / guns. Like, there's a word for this. There's a word for, in general, like, tactile, but in the military-esque kind of way, and not in, like, a touchy way. Tactical, yeah, tactical maids. Tactical maids. Not tactile. Wrong word. How much movement do we have? That doesn't give us any movement. Doesn't give us any movement. Quick hands did get movement. So we want quick hands. We're gonna redraw. This is fine. We're gonna burn Smoke Bomb. At least 5 tiles. Okay. I'm thinking about what we want the first card to be. It doesn't matter which one we want the first one to be. Wall Ninja Maids? Bands. I guess cosplayers are allowed in the malls, huh? Is that really all we have to do? I think I overthought this a bit. Just because all we have to do is move here, honestly. I fucked up. A little bit. I'm not gonna get enough gold. What I should have done was just a... How? Okay. I did it the wrong way around for one. And two, I'm not gonna get enough gold. This is failure. Yep. Back to the beginning. So is this. The pole. First throwing knives. Oh frick, I only confirmed one. Is it a reset? No, they won't let me restart. I thought I clicked on both of them. I'm gonna die. Defeats. Throwing knives. Thief snack. No. Smoke bomb. I should have seen the 1-2. There are no retries. No, I guess it's never too late. It's kind of never really too late to drop things and run, is it? I wish... Wait, okay, we can WASD around there. We can WASD around here. Excellent, because otherwise it's kind of a... zoom in, out. I can't rotate on the character. This is literally all that there is. Okay. So we want loot 1. All we have to do is end up here. So we just need to move. We just need to be able to move. That far. Oh, throwing knives. Okay. So we want quick hands and throwing knives. If any of those come up... Yeah, we're gonna burn that. So... No, we can't though. We can't. No. You're a genius, Jay. It does. I think I fucked up again because I'm looking back on this and it's kind of a wait. If I want loot 2, I need movement in the top half. Which is okay. Never mind. It's still, this is fine. Let's get attack. Loot. Oh, chat. My chat device just died. It doesn't have enough power. Like, why did I just hear a noise of disconnection? Oh, battery. Maybe. Maybe this wire will be enough. Hold on. Give me a second. There we go. Part 1. I had it unplugged because I was charging. I moved the wire. So I let it run down last stream and I didn't actually charge it again until the beginning of this stream. I've never had an iPad or iPhone battery swell on me as far as I know. Only the Windows ones. Only the Windows ones. No, I just ended up, I unplugged it so I could use the wire somewhere else. Only Android. Maybe it's just that they don't have, It's kind of, is it the battery quality is good or is it something else? Oh, we need to end turn. Is it that they have enough room to swell a little bit? For your assistance in this scenario, the scoundrel has agreed to join the guild. That means we've got enough mercenaries to do a proper mission. The first thing we should do as a guild is re-establish the trade route with Gibbet Hill to the west. We've been having a small problem with bandits in the woodland en route. With the brute and the scoundrel to assist, there's nothing that should cause you any trouble. It'll give you some much-needed experience on the job. And allow me to do some stuff. I have noticed that on my iPhone. 80%. Toss a coin to your hangman. The road is deserted as you make your way towards Gibbet Hill. Trading in the area has effectively stopped for many months now, so with so few daring to venture along the main highways. As you make your way along the trail, wending its way through a wooded grove, the crack of a twig snapping underfoot pierces the silence. You hear rustling in the undergrowth, getting louder as its source makes its way towards you. Coin. I am not a hangman, Jay. Who is that aimed at? Okay, now that we... I'm just tired. I played through these scenarios before, like 2 years ago, and I played a little bit of the actual game. And I do not remember if I had known to do this. Oh, man. It's a beautiful world. To your hangman? To your hangman! When was the last time you played Hangman? Do kids still play Hangman? Right, this is your first proper fight. Looks like 2 clearings with a couple of bandits each. Just remember what I've taught you and don't enter the second clearing until you are ready. You can change your character's starting positions by this time by clicking the white hexes, so choose a formation that suits you before starting your first turn. I think I played it in an airport between, like, waiting for a flight. Sorry, realizing now that I only have this as a reference for chat, I need it to be bigger. Wait, the other one's back. The other one's back. It's at 1%. It's at 1%. Will it be okay? Played it at work. Hold on, can't spell very good. I remember once upon a time, very long time ago, I had to make not a hangman thing, a crossword puzzle? Is that, no. Which one is the one, like, New York Times famous? Is it a crossword puzzle? Between that and, like, the finding the words. I don't remember. Okay, it is a crossword puzzle. I had to make a crossword puzzle. No, it's not a Wordle. Wow. New York Times famous crossword puzzle. Or fucking Wordle. No, I had to, a group of us were tasked with making crossword puzzles, and someone decided to make theirs themed entirely on anime. I was the only person in that area who had any idea about any of that stuff, so I was the one who was basically tasked to solve it. Except they spelt things a little wrong in such a way that it actually kind of made the things that they spelt weren't, you know, they were linchpin pieces. So it's kind of a I'm sorry, I don't understand how this works because Spike Spiegel is here and you put the I in the wrong spot. Kakuro? What is a kakuro? Find the word. Okay. So I worded it wrong. Figure out the word? No, but it doesn't work. No, they didn't spell it like that. They just spelled, like, Spiegel is like that. No, that's not Spiegel. That's not Spiegel. I can spell. I'm complaining about someone not being able to spell, and here I am mistyping. But it's like Spiegel like that, right? No, I even spelled it wrong. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. I think they did it. Frick. I think they put the I in the wrong spot, or maybe they had it as an A. And I would have been able to ignore that except for the fact that it was in a spot where it attached to another word. Kakuro is kind of like a mix of crosswords so that numbers don't repeat and add to the clue. I'm really glad that they... Now thinking back on it, like, Spike is a really try-hard name, but at the same time, like, oh, with a Y, it would have been so much more try-hard. But I guess that was the 90s. That was the 90s. By the way, if you're struggling to make out objects and enemies in the undergrowth, you can press to highlight them. You can also see the turn order of monsters in the same class this way. They all get the same initiative from the card drawn from their class, but the actual order per monster on that class's turn is determined by their ID numbers. Lower classes act first. Lower numbers act first. Roger the Negotiator. Valentine. I can't say... So, there's such a thing as a... If any of you have been to a confirmation, do they... It's still a thing to do, like, a confirmation name, right? When it comes to attending Catholic Church or whatever. More of a... I vaguely recall some people picking Valentine. Some boys picking Valentine as the confirmation name. And the only people... I only know one person with the name Valentine as a last name, and that was a name that they chose on their own. Yes, yes. It has to be after a biblical figure of some sort. Of course. But I don't think any girls picked that. An old Catholic thing. Mosquito Valentine. What about the only person I know of who has the name Valentine? Actually, hold on. No, never mind. It's not Valentine. I'm thinking of a different thing. I'm mixing it up. I know someone who apparently legally changed their name to Vincent Vega. I think I've met him once. Yes, as in Pulp Fiction. They really, I guess, liked it. I don't know. And or, I don't know, maybe it's something about... Maybe they didn't legally change it. But no, they probably did legally change it. Everyone in the family refers to him as Vincent, so... Almost 30-day streak. Thank you, Azure. Thank you for almost watching for 30 days. Thank you for the 29 months. Superhero name, if any? Yeah. Mosquito Alumni Valentine? Wait, seriously? That's Skeeter's real name? Like, Doug? Okay. Well, there's Patty Miller. Was it Patty Miller? No. Patty Burger? No. What was Patty's last name? Patty Mayonnaise. Okay, Patty Mayonnaise. Roger Klotz. The sister's name. She was the real goth, right? No, she wasn't goth. She was like hipster, but not that way. Beatnik. She was Beatnik, wasn't she? Doug. Beatnik sister. Judy. Right. Okay. Judy. Judy funny. I haven't thought about Doug in a long time either. Beatniks are out. Beatniks are out. Emos are out. I don't know what is in. What is the subculture that... I guess... Wait. So all I can think of is the next teenage girl, artsy teenage girl phenomenon. What is that? What are the art teenager girls doing? Where are they? Okay, they also give us the counts of how many of each thing that they have. For the initiative. Not initiative, the attack modifiers. E-girls? No, but I don't, like, when you say e-girl, what exactly is an e-girl? When I think e-girls, I think of the ones who, you know, they need their parents' you can't be an e-girl if you still need your parents' permission to have a credit card, right? Influencers? How can they be a fucking influencer if they're 16? You'd be surprised. Part of a writing group for a superhero setting in the 1960s, and we had one character who's just a teen being a girl running around and jackdaw theme. A jackdaw, like the bird. Why a jackdaw? Because it's cooler than a raven? I don't know. Setting involved either half inch of eyeliner or fake blush and freckles. The fake freckles. They just stop being factor. Gamers. I don't know. With a gun. No, the magpie is going to be the... Well, actually, magpies collect shinies, right, too? More so than jackdaws? Forgive me, I don't actually know. I know that there's a whole pasta about jackdaws and crows and or ravens or whatever. I don't remember most of it, aside from... That was what, that was like a decade ago-ish. Unizan. Oh, they attack shiny things? Ooh. I don't know what the comparison would be then for the magpie. Like, magpie as a girl. The girl comes up, like, you what, mate? Say that again, I'll smack your fucking face off! Something like that. Would that be a magpie girl? No, that wouldn't really be a magpie girl, though, would it? That would have to be something more aggressive. Maybe that would be a blue jay girl. Okay, I have to adjust something. There we go. That did not super help. Okay. Do I want to move forward or backwards? So we have actually quite a large hand of cards, but it's going to get whittled away every time we rest. It's magpies that cyclists protect themselves from? Ooh. I should check to see if there are magpies nearby. Wait, no. Magpies are not... Are magpies only in Australia? Europe? Oh, wait. Are they one of the Shakespeare birds that is found basically everywhere because there's always someone who's like, I want all the Shakespeare beers to be in North America, and then invasive species everywhere. Like that. They feel like they would be. Every single bird that Shakespeare's mentioned will be found in North America. How could you live in a world where you will have never seen a... frick. Shakespeare bird. A magpie. Yep. Okay, Henry. Yep, okay. Magpies are 100% in Shakespeare writing. Henry VI, Part 3. They even have the name of the guy who introduced all these birds. Eugene Sheffelin. Or Schiefelin. I can't pronounce. The 4th? Oh, it is the 4th. Frick. Okay. I can read Roman numerals. I just transposed those ones. Okay. Yes, Henry the 4th. Part 3. I think. Let me double check. Part 3. Shakespeare. Henry. Wait. No, there is a Henry the 6th. Wait. There is a Henry the 6th Part 3. Hold on. Let me check. No, okay. It's Henry the 6th. It's VI. You had me second guessing. Shakespeare wrote 4th and 6th. And the 5th, Henry the 5th. And Henry the 7th. No, that's actually the 8th. Frick. I missed an I. When there's 3 in a row, that's a lot. That's starlings, though. Magpies are different. Let me find it. Let me find it. Where can I just find the entirety of Henry VI, Part 3? The entire play. Magpie. There's no word. There's no magpie in here. The word does not show up in here. Maybe it's a different bird? Bird? Okay. There's a section where he talks about birds. Where's the birds? Okay. Devil? No, there's only 2 references. I can't find it. I can't find it. Teresa, shush. Ah, speed calculating. I don't see the words. Like there's a section about like, yeah, you could totally find it. The magpie is talking, or the magpie was thought to be possessed by the devil and channeled his evil words while chattering ideas suggested by King Henry and Henry VI, Part 3. Great. Okay, where's that section? Where are the words? Quote. Give me a quote. Where's your footnote? Give me the reference, please. Oh, I should be looking at pies. Hold on. Just pies. Let's see. The owl shrieked at thy birth, an evil sign. The night crow cried, a boding luckless time. Dogs howled, and hideous tempest shook down trees. The raven rooked her on the chimney's top, and chattering pies in dismal discord sung. Thy mother felt more than a mother's pain, and yet brought forth less than a mother's hope. To wit, an indigested and deformed lump, not like the fruit of such a goodly tree. Wow! Thanks, King Henry. Reading further, wow, it's just this is a total diss on Richard. King Henry is dissing Richard. Wait, okay, is this there? Wait, hold on. I'm looking at it. No, it's Henry VI. Who are his siblings? It's kind of is he talking to his brother? Forgive me, I don't know my ancient English kings super well. I don't think that's Lovely Lady Love. I think it's talking about a baby. I think it's talking about a your mom was so disappointed at what came out. Maybe she thought the afterbirth was the baby and not the other thing. Hold on. Okay. Spouse, burial, die, predecessor, Jara. Okay, there's a lot of Richards in here. There's too many for me to be able to tell right away which Richard this is, unless I look up the play very specifically. Henry VI, Part 3. Richard. Richard. Wow, okay, so there's Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York. Richard Plantagenet, who is later the Duke of... I can't pronounce this. Gloucester? Okay. Are there two separate Richard III? Yeah. Okay. So there's the one who eventually becomes Richard III of England, and then there's the other one who's just like the Duke of York. So, okay, he's not dissing like his own mother. He's dissing. Oh. Okay, one is the son of the other. That makes sense. Plantagenet? Plantagenet. Okay. Gloucester. Thank you, British people. Really cool. That many letters. Just to say Gloucester. Plantagenet. Plantagenet. I am not going to remember that, but thank you. I am going to attempt to remember, but I don't think it's going to stick. But yeah, I guess Henry wasn't super thrilled with him. The birds didn't like him. All the letters, and nobody wants to say them, and nobody wants to go through the rigmarole of officially getting rid of them. I could see that. I know that there's a few towns that are... You basically omit, like, half the name of the town, but it's also kind of a... That's more of a contention issue and not much else, I feel like. Ugh. Louisville effect? What is the... Oh! Because you don't pronounce anything in, like, Louisville. There's a whole lot of letters in there that you don't bother with. Okay, I get it. Sorry, I'm touching my mic a little bit. Let me do something real quick. Wow, that doesn't work? There we go. There's one more thing. I got my iPad working again, so it's kind of I should turn this off. Hold on. There we go. Louva? Oh! Louisville. That's super short. I know that there are some places where it gets a little confusing because of how people shorten, like New York City. But New York. But there's also across the way, Newark. But I'm pronouncing it a little strongly to make sure it's distinct from like New York. But I think it's normally more like, it can be as far down as like Newark, if you really want to. The problem though there is that there's a train line. There's a lot of trains that go through. They start it at New York, and then they run through Newark. And especially if you're going from, let's say, an airport. Let's say you're traveling from an airport, Newark Airport. Then you obviously get off at the stop that's Newark, right? You gotta wait. That's Newark. You gotta wait for New York. Newark. $1 in a million, and so are your chances. I don't have the light bulb for team on. We just have to go. I just have to... This is kind of a... I have to be really tactical. Think about all the cards. We just need to move. Okay. Jump 2. Jump 4. If I just move forward... You can move 6. Can she move 4? We can chance it on Swiftbow. We can chance it on Swiftbow. Swiftbow will be able to attack from here. And there's a chance that we'll one-shot the person there. Otherwise... That's a top attack, right? Move 5. That should be fine. We'll do it that order. Top first. Twin cities in New York and Newark. Did you know that there is a West New York, New Jersey? Granted, I guess it's kind of in a similar vein as Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. Paris, Idaho. Well, no, there are some places that just really like those names. Like, I'm probably going to be mispronouncing this. I don't know. Syracuse. There's a Syracuse, New York. In Ithaca, too. And there's others. London, Ontario. There's a Waterloo in Ontario, too, isn't there? Wait, is it in Ontario? It's in Canada. I've been to Waterloo. Not in Europe. The Canadian Waterloo. But, like, Waterloo is a place in Europe, right? Too, because, you know, Battle of Waterloo in Birmingham. What place doesn't have a Birmingham? Wait. I feel like there's another, like, really big one that I'm actually missing in terms of, like, names. Yeah, there is. Okay. It's not big. It's not big, but just more of a, if I just look at a map of New York. There's a ton of names, aren't there? Okay, there's actually less than I thought. There's a Philadelphia, New York. Is Ticonderoga where the pencils are made? Rochester is a place in, like, England, right? Or in the UK anyway? So that's another one. But, okay, for a lot of these, I guess the ones that have names that are... last names are probably repeats from Europe. I imagine there's also a Hartford in the UK somewhere. Alexandria. Yorktown. Oh, look, it's a Gloucester. There's a Gloucester in, where is this? Virginia? Yeah, there's a Gloucester in Virginia. I'm sure it's probably not even the only Gloucester. Birmingham. Utica? Is there, wait, is it Utica? There is in fact a Utica. There is a Utica. Oh, you know why I left it out? Because it's right by Rome. Wait, no, there's another Rome. I've been to another Rome in there. No, wait, that's Romulus. Sorry, there's Romulus and Rome, New York. I don't think I've ever been to Utica, except, wait, hold on. Let me see. Where is it? Where is the... okay, no. Can you give me like a... I'm working part. I'm supposed to be playing the game, but I'm actually just looking up other things right now. Hi, Arcus. Oh, looking at the map. There's a train. There's a train line that runs from New York City to Canada. And I don't remember where it is. It's kind of a like, can't you just like show me train map? Train map, New York. But I don't want New York City. I do not want New York City. I want a train map in New York State. New York State? Okay. I don't remember. Empire. Okay. So I guess I have been to Utica. I've been through Utica because the train runs through there. They go north. Look. It's... You would fall asleep too. 21 Franklin Townships. They really like Ben, huh? It's a pretty big highway section. Is it really? Utica? It doesn't honestly look like a whole lot on the map. It really doesn't. Wichita? Kansas? Why would you go to Kansas? Why would you go to Kansas? 1 hour of game, 3 hours of talking. It's sport games! It's sport games. Oh. Wilkes-Barre. That feels familiar, like I've been through it. Yes! Okay, I have. Wait, no. Wait. No. Wilkes-Barre is just an expansion of Scranton. Sort of. It's like a giant scar in the middle of Pennsylvania. Okay, it's not actually in the middle, but you know. Wilkes-Barre? Is that really how it's pronounced? Or Barry? Wilkes-Barre. Is that really how it's pronounced? Ha 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 ha. Worcestershire sauce. Okay. There is one thing that kind of threw me off. And it's one of those things where it's like, you know you're a local to a certain area if you know how to pronounce this. And it's kind of yeah, actually, no, I'm not going to do that one. What? Wakatane? Wakatane? My area doesn't have too many of these. They're pretty straightforward. There's some names that apparently throw people for a loop, but they are... Okay, the names that throw people for a loop, like, again, West New York. I'm looking at one of the other places where it's kind of like, okay, this is fine to talk about. A little bit. People laugh at the name Hohokus. I guess I don't get it. I don't think I really get it, though. It's pretty straightforward. And those dashes in there, and the capitalization, that's actually how I believe it's done. Yeah, it is. It tells you how to pronounce it in the actual name of the area. Or in the name of the town. Which is really nice. Don't you... Wakatane? Now you're just making me say embarrassing things. Ho-ho the Pokemon? Ho-oh the Pokemon. Is Intercourse in Pennsylvania? Or is it somewhere else? Middlesex. There's a Middlesex everywhere. No. There's a literal, like, town named Intercourse. Where the old people homes are, Coffee. Okay, if we move 6, that was my intention. That's a burn. That's fine. 4, huh? It's another burn. That's too much. That's a burn as well. We're gonna do this. Oh, this might hurt a little bit. Okay. Oh, she's not close enough. Okay. I think she still needs a bit of range. Or for this to work out. Gonna skip movement. +0. Close-ish enough. This is not going to be the most strategic version. Oh, a trap. There goes the plan. There goes the plan. Thank you for the water clay. This location relative to... What if they are in general in like the middle of wherever they are? Sometimes. I will not be able to move 6. Okay, we can't see that. We can just move 2. That won't be enough. We still have to move 6 and then attack. Or, hold on. This boots. We'll do that. Move up there. This is a total waste of ability, but it's not the worst. Escape movement. Attack. You're at City. I've not heard that one. I only know of one new to speech. It's very popular with New Yorkers. They tip way better when you play musical music. Kill a kill? Wait, really? What? What are you trying, Coffee? Their all factions need a speech? Oh, because the power comes from their clothes or whatever, right? Life fibers? I've never actually seen Kill a Kill. I know it's popular with some cosplayers. And I've seen some like other media around it, but not the actual show itself. It's an okay time in retrospect. Didn't it have like a kind of a was it 13 or 26? Didn't it have a bit of a twist at the 13 mark or something? Where Like, you thought the clothes were helping you, but really they're evil or something like that. I could be totally off. Some garden. Thank you, Coffee. Thank you for the short hair. Oh, I wish it were that. I wish I could. I guess if I were to do more like styling when it's shorter. Cute. Off the shoulders is nice. Also, thank you, Clay. The short. That's the goth look, isn't it? I'm so sorry. Goth version of me still has long hair. Thank you both for the big ears too. If you guys post that on Twitter or Blue Sky, I will retweet. I will comment. Galderas has long hair, just dye black like her soul. It's not a face. I don't really dye my hair anymore. I only did it like twice. 3 if you count the time the section where I had to kind of remove the one color. Short-haired women from Lines and Mint. Short-haired women. Okay, short-haired women. I do like. I'm not a mother. Okay, how do I get here? There's... So before, no matter what. I could just set her up to loot afterwards. If I focus on getting him over there. But he won't be able to get there unless I do some... No, pull. Pull is the trick. Did I already use up my pull? Smoke bomb? But she has to move forward for that to work. Okay. She has to move a little bit forward to pull. Because that only works 4. Pull is on the bottom. There's no pull on the top, right? There's no pull on the top. That should be fine. There's a reason why it's hard. It's not... You know, standards at work may differ a little bit, but being in public sometimes I try to mark things a little bit more conservatively if I can. Okay, where does it go? I shouldn't be talking about the Brutus and it, but I've also been talking about the Scoundrels and it, so they're just tokens. They're little minis. Animated little minis. So the pole, I think, they do only do 2 damage. The smoke bomb will not finish off. So if they quick hands or smoke bomb to pull 2. It should be fine to just Provoking Roar. Or I could spare dagger, I guess. No, I don't want to spare dagger, probably. We just need, like, a little bit of an attack, you know? And then a bit of move. Let the mobs out. No, it is absolutely not timed! Yeah, no, if it was timed, I would be way... We'd be done. We would totally be done. I'm thinking too much. Spare dagger, leaping cleave, it's fine. Time turn based. Final Fantasy VII? Sort of. Oh, frick. You have to move a little bit first. I can't end there, though. I made a bit of a mistake. It'll be fine. Confirm movement. Pull. Okay, wait, skip attack. Pull. Get the gold. Brute's turn. We get some move. And then attack. At range. For 2. That should hopefully be enough. I'm just thinking about, like, okay, if I do this versus if I use the, like, jump one, I can end up over on the other side, which will not necessarily be super helpful. It's a disadvantage. How bad can attacking with disadvantage be? We'll do it. It's enough. Okay. We're going to... Does she have a loot option? Loot 2? That's kind of far. Did I already use the loot? I did not. Okay. Grab and go. And... It's at the top, right? Something for the bottom. I don't want to use that. Grandfall is good. I'll do Provoking Roar. It's kind of a... I could just keep moving forward instead of stopping for gold. Thank you for the water. Sorry. Isn't that quote Birdmoss from that Mockingjay, The Hunger Games? Yeah. Okay. It's Hunger Games. I only ever saw the first movie, I think. No, wait. Did I? I think it's only the first movie. Have you read it? Gold is life. I found usually, like, stopping for gold was a fool's errand. Maybe we just weren't good enough at it. Young adult, not your type. I get it, I get it. Hi, Silver Middle Tavern, welcome. I'm just going through the tutorial here. I've played it before, but it's been a couple years. I'm sorry, you're probably gonna get triggered by how I play. I'm not a very effective strategist. I'm not a master tactician. That's how you pronounce it, right? I'm learning. You say that now. When I make the same mistakes, like 10 sessions from now, if I continue that long. Rose, you were here for Kingdom Death, were you? I have played the physical game. Not very much. We had a group, but we ended up dropping it. We ended up dropping it. Getting a group together can be hard. We almost finished a descent style game once, but we actually like stopped right before the end. And also one of the players moved to California, so you know, that kind of also hurts when the... Oh, man, I don't remember what his position was. I think he was kind of like our scoundrel. I could be wrong, though. We just need to move. We don't want to necessarily move too much. Do we have anything that can move on top? Did I already use that? I already did. It was quick hands. Okay. I could also short rest, but that feels a little silly right now. Since I still have so many cards. And it's a burn. No, I feel like that's gonna be not super worth it. Move 6. Move 2. We'll see how it goes. Through the door first! Lovely. Let me check. So he has move 4. Okay, he'll be able to move up there. So she won't actually be able to disarm a trap from here. However, I can back her out by 1 and have them come to us. That might be the better option right now, honestly. There's no adjacent trap. Attack 2, disarm. That'll be fine, probably. Bottleneck, totally the wrong direction. We'll receive the damage. It's fine. Wow, who? We can sweeping blow. A nice setup. Okay. That will not take out either of them. That's a top move. Okay. Pushing is not helpful here. Otherwise, we can shield? There's only 2 halls. If this is it, it's no problem. I don't really like that though, but it's all we really got unless we just want to move. It's only very efficient for this. Okay. So she just has to move 1, and from there she can throwing knives. She can throwing knives, it's fine. Throwing knives, move. Regular move. 1. Confirm. This. Skip movement. Attack for 2. Okay then. We don't actually need to do the sweeping blow anymore. We can do this version instead. He doesn't have a shield, right? We don't want to push anyone. We're gonna skip push. And I think that's it. I think we don't get to like sit around and wait for our money. No, we don't. I should have. This would have been the time to like go fetch all the money. Sad for your friend's move. Well, he did what he has to. He was a grad student, and he finally graduated. He became a doctor, and then he moved back home because the job market was tough. The job market was really tough. So it was always kind of a temporary thing. It was more of a, like, when would it happen? And poor guy was like, it took so long for him to get, like, all the permissions, I guess, needed to get all his stuff done. Like, he should have been, I think he was supposed to have been gone, like, for a half year or a year, I think, before his final, like, ending date. That's just the way the bones roll for this game. It's about time you learned about the fundamentals of magic. I know a spellweaver who should be able to show you a thing or two, and last I heard from her, she was researching a stone circle in a forest nearby Gibbet Hill. With all these monsters about, maybe I'll detect that she's okay. Woohoo, magic! Asking around in Gibbet Hill, you are directed down a forest path towards some long-forgotten ruins. As you reach a clearing, you hear a commotion ahead. It seems some bandits have cornered an orchard woman. Is this who you have been told to find? Orchard woman. Meet the Spellweaver, a powerful but fragile magic wielder who can harness the natural elements of the world. Good thing we found her when we did, and that's a lot of bandits. To guide her out of this mess, you'll need to harness the power of the elements infused in the battlefield. The elemental infusions display can be seen on the right side of the screen. Sorry, I want to check to see if there's a line through the game, or is it my screen? It is through the game. It is through the game. There's a line running, like, right down here on the... Like, display has a line through the S. There's also a line over here, too. There's a white line. But I thought, like, okay, that's just an issue that it feels a bit like there's supposed to be space for icons over here, because there's the icon in the corner. And this text is actually going way too far. But... Oh, you can't see the mouse. Okay, hold on. I can adjust that too. Sometimes I feel like you guys shouldn't see it. Sometimes like it's a good thing, I guess. Okay. Yeah, there's a line here for the white line. And then there's also a line somewhere around the middle that was just straight through an S. This round you must consume the ice elements, augment freezing Nova's attack, killing as many bandits as you can. Survive the round by using a jump move to get out of reach. But yeah, I think it's only in the text areas. Grass could always be less green on the other side. Yeah, but could also be really delicious bluegrass. I remember hearing a friend of mine, her family got bluegrass. I was really excited to go see the bluegrass. It was not actually blue. It was such a disappointment. Bluegrass is not in fact blue. Like the stuff that you put on your lawn, I guess, is kind of blue to like sprout it, but a soft G. Oh, go. Jardivoire? Is it Jardivoire? Jardiprim? Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it? Gibbet? Okay, Gibbet. Are blue spruce trees actually blue? So it is Gardevoir. I just read Clappy's like, oh, it's a soft tree, and like, oh, is that from the Gardevoir? Okay. Yeah, I know a little bit about Pokemon names. I may not have really heard people talk about. Okay, Gardevoir is a more popular one, right? And it's kind of, I can't recall a singular instance hearing someone say the name, but I'm surely have heard people say the name. But also, I also say like Warudo instead of Warudo for the program, so even though I keep hearing people say Warudo. I don't know. Jif. Yeah, I say Jif. Jardivar. And they're all crashing into each other, Jay. Okay. So this is an orchid person. Oh, we can actually see like a full Lyceum Waller cards. Okay. Is that Waldo? Okay, that's because I knew. I say Gerudo? I say Gerudo. Is that not how you're supposed to say it? Because I look at Warudo and I think world. Like, I kind of... It makes me think of like, yeah, it's a world. That's a thought process. Gerund is a real word. Gerudo. 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 Garage. Isn't garage an actual French word? It is a hard G? Okay. It makes sense. I feel like I have heard... Wait, because they have that Gerudo in Breath of the Wild, right? And that was not my introduction to the word at all, because I came across that when I read. Even before I played any Zelda games, I actually read Zelda fanfiction. I read Zelda fanfiction. Just one, really. And Yeah, so I ran across the word probably then. Gerudo? Okay. Freezing Nova, Flame Strike, Ride the Winds. So we need to consume ice to power up Freezing Nova. Consume ice. Consume ice. The art was really there's an old site before there was DeviantArt. There was a site called Elfwood. I think it was called Elfwood. Let me double check. There was Elfwood. It was a art gallery kind of site, and I came across someone who had I really liked the way that they drew elves, and I was introduced to like Zelda. That was not my like real introduction to it, but I learned more about it through her art, and then she drew art to accompany a fan fiction she wrote, and then she eventually kind of self-published after stripping all the Legend of Zelda stuff out of it and like rebranding it as her own stuff instead. It's not one of those sites. It was there was no porn. There was absolutely no porn. So it was not that. It was serious. It was serious fan fiction. There was no porn in it. I can probably tell you what the name of the story was, like what she rebranded it into, as long as I can find one image file, because I still have some art saved because I really liked it. Let me see. Where did I put that? I mean, I could probably also look up like 2000s Legend of Zelda fanfiction. An internet before DeviantArt. Yeah. I mean, when did DeviantArt come about? 2000. This is before DeviantArt. 2000. It was probably... When did Ocarina of Time come out? Hold on. 98. When did Majora's Mask come out? 2000. So yeah, it was post Ocarina of Time. It was a post Ocarina of Time thing. I need to think about where I put this picture. Or where did I put the stash of stuff? Okay, I found her art. I found her name. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. Is this really her? No? That may have been her. It's hard to look up like 2000. Okay, like looking up ancient. Okay, maybe if I just look up her name that she had on Elfwood. Oh, okay. I found out what her name was. Her full name. I think. I'm going to mispronounce it, I'm sure, because it's kind of Adele? ADL. That was the name that she used to go by when she did art back in the day. But I guess she goes now by her actual name. Adele. Okay. Let me see. And now she also goes by Adele Lorien. So she swapped to making it 50 Shades-ish in terms of turning fan fiction into like regular fiction. But there wasn't anything. It wasn't 50 Shades in terms of content. Well, no, she didn't go by that. Adele Lorien is not her real name, as far as I can see. Okay. Okay. Maybe she didn't end up turning that fanfiction into, like, another series. I thought she did. She has 6 books. Okay, wait, no, I think I found it. Hold on. It may have become this. It may have become Elf the Thrillian War, so I'm not entirely certain. Wait, no, that was published in 2012. It's possible that's it. But it could have been also the Wars of Avalon. Something like that. It may have been. So the opening of the fanfiction was, like, Link and Zelda have a kid who's a prince. And he gets murdered during a party of some sort, and it sets off, like, a whole chain reaction. Like, the prince is dead. So I guess it's kind of Final Fantasy 16-ish. A little bit. At least in that very opening section. But I don't know if that's actually what happens in the actual thing, but let me see. Drow Tales? Okay, so the Rover's Cripple was apparently the one that is based on the fanfiction. No, fashion. No. I really hope not. W3C? No, it's not slash fiction. It's not slash fiction. My bad. Drow Tales comic? I've not seen that. Huh. Ha. I hadn't heard of that before. I'll have to take a look. That doesn't bother me. I just finished reading. I finished catching up on Alfie recently. I was just more surprised by, like, it's been like, shouldn't Alfie be finished by now? Nope, it's not finished. I didn't realize that there was a huge break. That's fine, it's free. Bring back. The air is still there. Also good. As I sit here and I'm not consuming ice. Hold on. Okay. family-friendly elf comic? I can't think of any family-friendly elf comics. Okay, I guess, Wait. You know what is a family-friendly elf comic? The Merivius ones. The Merivius ones. Those are family-friendly, right? Those are family-friendly. Yeah, I know, it is exactly what you're thinking of. Bone? I've never read Bone. I've been hearing about Bone for like 20 years. I've never read Bone. All we have to do is this. Alright? And now we get the hell out. Get the hell out! What is there? Okay, move 3. Okay, they cannot move anymore. We just have to move a little bit out of the way. This should be enough. Like, they're stuck. They cannot range attack. You know what, actually, we're going to undo. We're gonna use a, wait. Why do we have to jump? Is there... Oh, that's why we have to, oh. That's why we have to jump. I'm just a little worried about that. Dude, we didn't move anywhere. That's a fuck up. Okay. We're dead. I'm gonna burn it, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna... this... Yep. Elf Quest? I never read about Elf Quest. Oh, we fucked up. Well, it actually didn't care. It didn't care. Recover all your burned cards. Ride the winds. We're not gonna live through this. We're not gonna live through this. All because I didn't jump. I haven't looked at what comics I still have lying around. I do have a couple that I haven't read. I have, I think, Anya's Ghost and Coco Be Good still to read. And also, I think I got this as a freebie. Cute Girl Network, I think that's what it's called. And 2 of those are by people who did webcomics first. I'm wondering about what the best positioning would be for the rest of this. Because I didn't even think of that again. Like, is there a specific spot? Going to catch up on One Piece? So we just have to get Reviving Ether back. No, we're gonna burn something else so we can get Reviving Ether back. To revive. Let me go first. Wind is infused, but it doesn't really matter. Wind is like half gone now. Timing. And then we infuse dark. We get everything back. Woohoo. The others should not be able to reach me quite yet. Black Daisy. Lackadaisy is that? Wait. Is Lackadaisy what I think it is? Is Lackadaisy that old? No way. Lackadaisy's not that old. Okay, yeah, okay. Again, I remember Tracy Butler before she did Lackadaisy. When she was like, she had a furry period, like serious. Well, I say serious, like Robin, like serious furry. Then she did human, and then she went back to like furry, but more cartoony furry. So I read it as like the Zelda comics were younger than Lackadaisy, not the other way around. Are you questioning my logic panel? For what? Okay. Attack 2, attack 2, attack 3. We have darkness, and there is no darkness. Let me actually check out what some of this does. An attack X ability allows the character to attack an enemy with him. Okay. 1 XP. What is this? Consume element. Any element. This action can be augmented by consuming elements. You can only do this during the character's turn. Only if the required element has already been infused. Okay. That might actually be our... This might be our ticket. We might want Monobolt. Because I hate... The hover states are so finicky. Hold on. I think. So Mana Bolt, and that should be it. Like, we don't need to do anything else. Loot. Actually, no, we can't do that. We will be able to move and pick up at least something. Frog is saying Burning Card talking to his cousin like there's zero problems with this plan. Wait, I did see that. I didn't see the text, I just saw like there's a burning car and 2 cats. Now we're consuming. Oh, it only attacks 1! Oh, fuck. That is fine. That is totally fine. We have a move 3. I fucked up. That's fine. I'm backed into a corner. Well, I'm not actually. Yeah, I'm backed into a corner. There's no way out back there. I don't think. This doesn't count as enough of a square, I don't think. Does it? That might be enough of a square. We'll find out. There's only one way to find out. Digital version? No, but it comes with virtual reminders about, hey, you should pick up the DLC. You should pick up the DLC because you played through the 2 campaigns, right? I like a cake. Nope, that doesn't count. Frick. Okay. We're just gonna be backed into a corner. He is gonna... He can only... Wait, he moves 4. There's no way we can move out of the... Can we move over here? We can't move over there. Best we can do is pick up stuff. I know we're eating damage. This sucks. I shouldn't have done it. That burns all their cards. Okay. Oh, we still have Ride the Winds. Which is not enough. If I short rest, I'll get these back. We'll burn Mana Bolt. We don't have anything else to do. I haven't thought about using the cards to heal. We can simply attack. You could... You can tell my thought process a little bit here. More like, just, why heal when attack option? You can see why I chose the brute. Okay, I do want to look up some of these because it's kind of a consume element. Okay, this infuses fire. We can't do both. This is where like setup is really important because infuse fire, great, but you can't capitalize in the same rounds to consume fire. Okay. And you only have 2 turns to do so, if someone else doesn't consume it first. It doesn't matter. Oh fuck, we're dead. I think we're dead. Or we got really lucky. We got really, really lucky. That was super lucky. I mean, I could have afforded to burn a card. That's the elemental schools of magic covered. Perhaps we could do with recruiting someone who understands high-tech contraptions and such. I swear there was a quattral tinkerer messing about with the power core or some other artifact in the tower not too long ago. Good call. I heard he was looking for fellow explorers to investigate a tomb nearby. Here's the E. The E has a line. Both of these E's have a line through them. Is it just the E? Hold on. I'm gonna grab a sheet of paper. I want to see if it's the same line down the middle. It is. I'm gonna zoom in real big. Enhance. Okay, OBS, you know what? Enhance even more. Can I make it bigger? I'm gonna make it bigger. Hold on. It was the... Sounds to me like the... Okay. You can see it here now! You can see it! Look at that E! Look at the E in fellow and the E in thee. There's slight line work that shouldn't be there. And it's not in the same spot of the E, is it? It's more noticeable when you're in the game. I promise you that. Okay. Now I'll reset. It's not a stray pixel. It is stray 10 pixels. Okay? Wait, hold on. It goes all the way down. I'm looking. It goes all the way down in the background too. I can see it when it's at level, when I'm looking at it at the same at eye level instead of looking down. You ever get called out because your pixels aren't sharp enough? It needs to be on the point. It can't be 9.1, it has to be exactly at 9. It can't be 9.01, it has to be exactly 9. It's not my deliverable. What's a deliverable? Help the Tinker escape one of the Demon's Gate's many crypts, and he'll surely join the guild. Is this one of those fantasy things like a Scrum Master? The trainer informs you that the quattral has last been seen heading to the basement underneath an abandoned mansion to the south of the city. What? A Scrum Master! I heard there's a fantastical creature out there called the Scrum Master. I don't know what they do. Your fantasy or Scrum. What are Scrum skills? What are Scrum skills? You reach the mansion and find the front door wide open and small footprints in the thick dust. You follow these to a door in the deep dark basement. A scrum master? Isn't that like a scrimmage master? Project management system, how you run a project? Hottest new agile systems? Wait, Jay, is agile really hot? This sounds kind of a little too cool. Can't go wrong with good old Waterfall. Okay. Meet the Tinkerer. He's a great support character to have on a team, but can also take on multiple enemies in a pinch. Looking at all these skeletons, I'd say this counts as one. Currently, he is wounded and will take 1 damage at the start of his turn, so you ought to heal him as soon as possible with that minor health potion. Hi, Konstantinos. Welcome, welcome. Today is Gloomhaven Day. First time in like 2 years I've opened the game. Into 2-week sprints at chunks of work and now work. I'm so sorry. Well, I look at it, like, can you make a Scrum Master for Dungeon Masters? The only thing you see in job ads is in vogue. Currently, Waterfall's out of style. Scrum half and he played rugby, only half a Scrum Master apparently. Fashion, you played rugby? That's cool. I hope you didn't get like dinged up too hard from that, but at the same time it's rugby and that's sort of the name of the game, isn't it? Agile is a cult. Agile is the one every 10 words in your corporate policies. Good to practice. The Scrumgeon Master, yeah! Yeah. A point in his favor? Playing rugby? Bruisers. I get it. I get it. Looking at where the enemies in this room are, I advise you to go as late as possible this round. Sometimes it's better to go slow and let the enemies come to you, so you aren't at risk of being attacked. Then you can use one of the Tinkerer's famous area effect attacks to deal some serious damage to multiple enemies at once. You can recognize such abilities by their hex-shaped patterns on the ability card, showing you the shape of the area it will target. I think the only... No. I'm trying to think if I've been to a professional sports game. I don't actually know if I have been. I don't think I've ever seen a professional sports team play. But the amateur that I've seen the most, like actually sat down and... Wait, no. Yeah, the amateur I've seen the most. And like the ones that I understood the best was hockey. College games, yeah. College, I guess, feels like it should be on the way to professional, but the players that I saw probably actually have real jobs that have something to do with their degrees. Like, do you want to go pro? I'm like, no. I want to be an engineer. Well, like, yeah, I guess I want to be a pro. I want to be a professional engineer. I don't want to be a pro hockey player. So it's in a job. It can be a job. It's just that it's a very short-lived job. It's like being a stripper. In a way. You have, like, a good, like, what? I guess depending on your client, I don't say clientele, but more like, what, 10 years if you're really good at it? Otherwise, it might be like 1 year and done. You're selling your body for a lot of money for a short period of time. And you well, okay, as a stripper, you probably, well, you might still kind of wreck it, but more in the sense of like, I don't know how hard some of those stunts could be if you mess them up, like while practicing or anything like that. Versus like hockey, those teeth aren't regrowing back. if you lose them. Powder puff football time. Lifetime achievement strippers? Those exist? I mean, you could also kind of probably pivot to other things, like, back to the strippers, I'm sorry. I don't know how popular this is. I have heard about it. Like, pole studios, basically. Like, you could pivot into that. Or, I guess, in general, depending, like, fitness stuff in general. Like, fitness coaching. X-Rub. Those exist, Clay? Is that, like, a thing in Britain? I should say Britain. Is that a thing in the UK? Model work for artists? That too! For some reason, I read that as, like, a pole bar. Deacon and not a pole studio. I was under the impression that for, like, model work, I guess, like, a variety of body types are good. If you need the extra cash to bring some money so you can go on your away travel trip. No. You've raised my hopes, Clay, and dashed them. Thanks. This is what you came here for Gloomhaven for, right? Thanks for dashing the dream, the hopes and dreams I had for all of, like, 1 minute. Okay, we have to heal and hit 3 living bones. Let's take a closer look. Look at that size of that brain. Okay, I guess the card is really the best we're gonna get. We can't zoom in any closer. Bodybuilder strippers. Hi, Mark. Mark, welcome, welcome. Please ignore chat. Please ignore chat. I don't know. The only person I knew who was, like, really into that was not. And he won. How many times am I gonna say, I think he became an engineer? The story of, yeah, they did this and they became an engineer. I don't know if he really saw that in his life plans. Hit 3. So we're gonna heal. That's the only heal. Wonder who I played. I have only played TF2 like once or twice. I'm not very good at it. Well, but that's also because I don't have any practice in it, because it's really tough sometimes to get into a game where everyone else knows it extremely well and they're very good at generally maneuvering in 3D spaces, and when you're not, it's not super fun. And also the multiplayer aspect. No, I played healer. If I played anything. I usually play healer. I played Fortnite with my nephew. Very, very long time ago. Just like 14. I can play Dancer in 14! I can be a really shit recruit if you want me to. But I'm not like I wasn't, I should say, a terrible sage, but I haven't done it in a very long time, so I wasn't the worst. Range of 3. They have a shield and they have target too, but average. We're not. How much is average to be spending on the floor? Oh, and what was that, Deacon? And 4 role archetypes. Thanks for the stretch. I'm gonna take that. Bard. No, I didn't really play Bard. I hated Monk for the longest time. Monk was always the hardest for me. The positionals were bleh. I think that was like the last class that I did. No. Thinking about welcome to the AHK. Designing the girl for your visual novel. There's way too many fetishes jammed into this image at once. Gotta tone it down. Gotta pick. Gripper. Okay. Ow. That wasn't like a painful, it was just more of a, I shouldn't have spun it that fast. You like the paraplegic ghost girl I came up with? Was that really what it was? Hold on, I thought that she... Actually, maybe she was. Hold on. Where is... Did I close that? No, it's just lackadaisy. Oh, can't find it. It's not coming up easily. You remember the guy's name? You remember the character's name? Okay. I don't remember names at all. I would have just been like, yeah, that's the guy with the glasses, that's his friend who's in the apartment next to him, the one who's always playing the Purin song. Okay, I see. It's so Mega Tokyo. It is so Mega Tokyo. Hold on. I got the picture. Let me bring it up. It is incredibly sad girl. Mega Tokyo, it was funny at the beginning. I dropped it after it stopped being funny. Which apparently coincided with one of the writers leaving. But yeah. Nowadays it's kind of a that's a VTuber, isn't it? This is a VTuber. The bandages making a bow is cute though. Yeah, it's totally a VTuber. She's got, is that like a dog tail or do you think just like a fluffy cat tail? It looks like cat ears though, so like fluffy cat. Fluffy cat, bandages, church, sort of? Like goth lolly? Or goth Lolita? And more like, and then the maid headbands? That's a lot. Yeah, he was just 20 years too early. Guess he really was just 20 years too early. And then there's also like the extra hair bits that are kind of coinciding with the chair there. No. No, I couldn't. Okay. 3. What is there? We just have to hit them, we don't have to kill them. So this might be a case where we kind of let them get closer. Our movement is 3. Okay, so the closest I can get is over here. So if I can target around here, that should be fine. Shit, I can't because of the heal. Hit 3. Like, this is clearly... Okay, this round we have to do this. With the ink bomb, I think. The new Minhara was the future Minhara was the then too, a little bit. I mean, you remember the main character from that, right? Or I shouldn't say the main character, the main female character from Welcome to the HK, right? Trust my training. What if they train me wrong? What if they barely trained me? That's the only massively... Okay. Could be ink bomb, which is top. Attack 5, range 2 at the bottom. That's a burn. We'll do this. They don't say that we have to heal right now. The bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, I take damage. I'm taking damage. Okay. Range 2. I won't be able to reach any of them. That kind of sucks. This is probably... Okay, no. It has to be this. Yep, that won't get me any closer. Grip. Just gonna regular heal. You may have noticed that if you use the heal ability when wounded, the character not only recovers hit points, but loses the wound condition. Healing can also remove a poison condition. In that case, you will only remove the condition and regain no hit points. Okay. Boom! Ink bomb was pretty good, eh? I'll leave you to finish off the rest of these bad guys. Did you know they can rotate the shape of an area effect by pressing... I did not know what! By pressing what? By question mark? By pressing question mark? What is this? Yeah, we're still in the tutorial. I did not know. I would have liked to have known that beforehand because I would have wanted to get rid of the front runners instead of the back line. This is a fresh install. I reset my computer. I don't know what it is. I didn't change anything. Oh wow, we don't have a whole lot. So if we short rest, we only get one of these back. Which one do we want? Net shooter. We want net shooter again, please. Because the other option is healing. Yeah, it has to be net shooter. You do get to pick. You get to re-roll. Sometimes you gotta eat it. Give me net shooter back. Have a good night, Orange. Okay. It must be unbalanced. Hold on. What is it? Options? Controls? Targeting controls, rotate. Controls. Ping a tile. It just has to be R, I guess. It is R! It is R! It's just R! Okay. It just feels so wacky. It's just that. That should be enough. And then move. Get gold. There's nothing else, right? There's just that. But yeah, once you're in the section for picking which card to, if you want to burn a card, you get to see the other, so I want to like make my decision before I even hit that screen. This little guy packs quite the punch, eh? Let's sign him up and look for some paid jobs for the guild to take on. We're getting a proper mercenary guild together now. Speaking of paid jobs, I've met someone who has requested our help. Peace be with you. I'm the priestess here, sworn to the sanctuary of the Great Oak. I thank you for meeting with me, as we at the sanctuary are in dire need of assistance. You see, the holy crypt in the catacombs beneath the sanctuary has been broken into and defiled by deranged cultists, raising hordes of undead to do their nefarious bidding. I beg of thee, please help us be rid of this menace. All too common occurrence these days. Anyhow, sounds like an opportunity to try out our 2 latest recruits together. Get to it. The keeper meets you at the entrance to the temple, where many of the acolytes look fearfully towards the building. She explains that portals have opened in the crypt, and that although they have a holy symbol capable of closing them, no one is brave enough to enter the crypt. She gives you the artifact and explains. You will need to remain in the crypt for some time, and then the symbol will close and dispel the portals. Good luck. She ushers you forwards. So there's living corpses and living bones. 7 health. Okay. I'm good. You should have seen the tutorial. I should have played the tutorial before stream, but I didn't. I was too busy being bothered by spring. And sleeping. Continuation of bothered by spring. The crypt is bathed in an unholy light, emanating from mysterious portals in the corners of the room. You brace yourselves for battle against whatever evil may come through. Equally ghoulish on all sides. Like inside and outside? I like attempt. You have a little scraggle of a loincloth. That is totally going to... Oh, look at that little tailbone curled in. Tailbones are so fucking useless. Ah. Okay. It's not wagging, it's not happy. You can't wag your tailbone! You can't wag your tailbone! It doesn't do anything whatsoever. But if you hurt it, God forbid. Shaming a man for his tailbone? Should get it removed. Thank you for believing in me, Clay. Thank you for making Vic ears. Thank you for giving me some honesty in the rugby shorts. I don't know what rugby shorts are supposed to look like, but at first it's like, well, thank you for not putting me in, like, anything too much, and then it's kind of like, wait, no, it's a rugby outfit. Is that a rugby polo? What colors are... No, wait, those are my colors. That kind of surgery? Oh, for tailbone removal? Well, would you rather have a broken tailbone and not be able to do anything about it because you can't, like, fix it with a cast or anything? Or, you know, snip, snip, get it removed. Tailbone no more. No tailbone, no problem, right? Hi, Rug, thank you for 29 months. Wow, nearly a full month. Nearly 30 days. Tailbone havers. I have a tailbone, and I sometimes wish I didn't. I say sometimes. A lot of time I wish I didn't. I don't know what good it does me. Have scientists found a good use for a tailbone? Cosmetic tail attachment? You can't attach wait, you can't attach anything to the tailbone though. I just realized they have an extra arm. Just like coming out. Right there, there's an extra arm bone. That's why they're elite, huh? It's a third arm. Balance? Does it really help you with balance? Do tailbones really? I know that there are people who've had tailbones removed because things happen to it. I don't remember if the outcome was a case of like, you know, they have balance problems, or if it was just like, yep, bone's gone. Oh, there's two of them. There's two of them. Bones haunted. These are all ranged, aren't they? So what I should be looking at here actually is the different types of, actually full card set. The element combinations and see what elements the two of them have in common, if any, because, okay, he infuses dark. And is that it? No, he also infuses earth. It looks like. Dark and earth. She infuses dark. And she infuses fire and light and air. Okay. And she only consumes ice. And anything. Let me check something. He didn't have any... No, he didn't have anything for consumption. Okay. Her opinion on toes. I keep meaning to finish editing and publishing a short about Kingdom Death Feet. Just like a clip from stream that I clipped when it happened, and it's kind of I want to do like a little bit more edit. No, it's just the bit where, not the bit, when I realized I was spending way too long looking at the one painted monster's feet. Not a monster, it was the Nike. It was a, hold on, Kingdom Death. Wait, no, I still have the pictures. No, it was the really, really well painted knight figure, but it's like a good knight, I think. There's hot girl version, and then there's like wolf person version, lion, not lion knight, but you know, I was looking at the animal person's feet a little too long apparently for chat's liking. Hold on, where is it? If I just look up Kingdom Death. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Don't get mad at me. This. I was showing, someone spent like so long working on these figures, right? Gorgeous. And so I was showing it to chat, and I spent too long looking at the feet. But I would do that for any part of this. I would do that for any part of this. It just happened to be down there. I was looking at the bandages. Yeah, I guess it's just my brand now. Yeah, it's really good. Really good work. Just to be clear, I didn't paint that. Someone on the internet painted that. I can always rebrand. It's not that. I don't want to say it's too late, necessarily. However, you can deter me from feet. I know how I could also do that. However, I'm choosing not to. Say the word. No more feet. How to put this? It's better for it to be directed at feet than at other things. The feet jokes don't bother me. No, I would not. Elbows or shoulders? No. Picture of corn niblets. I think I said this once before, but no one has sexy knees. And yeah, people can have sexy ankles. Forearms are a popular response from women, right? Forearms. But no, I think it's kind of it's not really, well, it's not a serious threat. It's not a serious threat, but more of a, if someone were to actually, I guess, like, guess or figure out some things, it would be kind of a, well, I'm out of here, bye. Feet are fine. Feet are fine. So these guys move 2. Okay. Some obstacle. He's gonna have to move around. How fast does he move? 1. He's really slow. We'll deal with him last. Thank you for this stretch. Okay. Probably. Since this is... We just have to survive 3 rounds. That's the only thing. Survive 3 rounds. She's gonna get hit unless I'm able to stop them. Three targets is a bit much. We won't be able to do fire orbs. Reviving ether we're leaving on the ground for now. This is fine, but we don't have anything infused yet. Like, Monobolt would be fine as a second attack. Fire orbs would be the best, really. Unless I get this guy set up first. Okay. Attack 2, range 3. That's not close enough. I can move and then do that. I can also set up and immobilize an adjacent enemy. Okay. Or I can stun. Does he have any bottom? That's right, he only sets up like 2 things. He sets them up on the top. Okay, that kind of sucks for this purpose. Attack 5, range of 2. He can just take out one of them in like one go. But that also takes out the leaf. Toxic Bolt. Sunshot. Attack 1, range of 3. He just needs to move like a little bit closer. I could aura. But I feel like that might be a little early as well because she's not planning on like a whole lot here. I gotta choose. Toxic Bolt. We'll do... Oh, those are both burns. Top, bottom. Okay. Grand opener? No, it won't be grand because I don't have any infusion set up. I don't have any infusions. And well, I can ride the winds and then this. Oh, that was kind of the wrong order. That's fine. I should have monobolted first. I was thinking a bit wrong. So we have to actually move a little bit to poison. It won't be enough to kill him and we'll be in range, I think, then. Or No. Very slight move. Skip otherwise. Poison. And turn. Moving corpse is gonna start Wait, he moves twice? Oh. Oh, they really don't move very- wait. Okay. That's it. I was expecting them to move farther. Attack. I don't actually want this for the move 8. I just want it for the +1. It's such a waste, however. I can also use it to move out of the way a bit more. Wait, no, if I move that... Hold on. It's a range of 3. I'll still be able to do it. There's 2 things. I can. He's poisoned, so it's like, I'll just let him live for a little while longer. I should have went the other way. It's fine. I'm splitting my damage. That is never back. No, it's not the idea. Splitting your damage is bad. Wait! There's another one! They're spawning? They're spawning. Okay. Yeah. The thing is, they're bunched up. They're not bunched up. They got opposite of bunched up. Okay. They're all spawning. Oh, they're all spawning. That's why we have to survive. Okay. Does he have a pull? He does have a pull. So can I pull and then also do a regular attack of some sort? So pull is top. So what I need is an attack on the bottom. Which might not actually really exist. Okay. Grading profiles? What are degrading profiles? Are you talking about like poison and stuff? Actually, Jay, not really. It does not do anything like that. I do not believe that happens here. You just, over the course of the battle in general, you become, you degrade. You could be full health. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, understandable. Advanced war rules. I don't know what advanced wars is. So it not actually spawns in yet. Attack of 1. Reviving shock. Okay, they won't be close enough. However, if I move here, that would be close enough for both, but would also get me in trouble. If I am here, is that any better? That's still not great. I can move here, and that's fine. I'll move there. range 3? It is range 3. I am not going to necessarily... Okay, so if I do that on the top, I need something for the bottom. I'll grab net shooter. I'll grab net shooter first, actually. Because that's helpful if I end up messing up. There's only air. We don't actually have air around. Like, we have air around, but we can't consume it. Like, we don't need it. That would be really helpful. So that guy's gonna be dead. This one is going to be hurt. That guy's already pretty hurt. Do I have anything that allows me to split my damage? Target 3, fire orbs. Target 3. This will be fine. He gets me fire. That's a burn. I don't know if we want to... Wait. Okay, that's top. Bottom. Range of 2. There will be nothing in the range, so I think that's... We're probably just going to move? The other way around, so we won't be first. Okay. So my plan was this. First I have to move into a position where I can do 3. Or range 3 of this guy. So if I move here, that should be enough. I can take out just 2 skellies, except it feels like overkill. When I could do this right now. I'll kill both skeletons. They're a little faster. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I am glooming. I'm trying not to split damage. Can I? Okay, I can't see that. Oh, he's not fully... Oh, he's not fully here yet. Okay. Okay, what I might do instead... Target all adjacent enemies. I can move up next to him and then... immobilize. However, that's not a great idea. It's probably still better to use fire orbs, even if it doesn't actually do more than one. Oh, you're right. He's out of... I just need to move up. I literally just need to move up one. Fuck. Okay. Lesson learned. This is actually fine. No, it's not. It will be fine. It will be fine. You think this is a restart turn? That was really lucky. Oh, we have like a Dread Lich. We have a, what is his name? A Living Bones Elite. Another one? Wait, no, but these are just Living Bones. Okay. They still have 3 arms. It's not like you get an extra arm every time. Well, fair, they're dodging out of these areas. They're dodging the traps. I wonder if there's actually a species that has an extra arm or something, and that's what this is a reference to. In terms of the game, it wouldn't surprise me considering the way the rest of these look. Kind of unusual. Pattern is wrong. I can pull him. And I can stun an adjacent. No. Okay, for Flame Strike, it is a wound. Skeleton grunts. So what you're saying is the grunts got their arms stolen by these guys. Arm the higher ups. Forget about the peons. I see. I have a plan. Bone economy. Jurina! I wonder if Jurina's streaming tonight. Talking about bone economy. I need to donate a bone. She's streaming right now, really? I guess it hasn't been that long, huh? Wait, no, it's a Saturday. It's a Saturday, of course. It might be a bit early because of that. Like, early for me. Normally it's like, I would see her on in an hour or 2 or 3, depending. We're gonna move a little bit. That was not the greatest plan, it's fine. So we could just do this. What's actually my burn card pile? I only have like 2 in my burn card pile actually, so I don't need to worry about that as much. There's no point to wounding, but at least I'm consuming. There should be no point to wounding. There's always a chance that the deck will mess me up. Let's head back to the corner and wait for them to come to us. We're gonna have to rest. Actually. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, we can move like... No, we can't move over there. Wait, we can we move here? No. Yeah, we can't move to the door. Wow, thanks. I'll skip. Burn a card to prevent 2 damage. We're gonna burn Restorative Mist. You know what? It's fine. We can receive the damage. We still have health. Health is a... only the last hit point matters. Yeah, health is a resource. And my pull is no longer going to work as I had hoped. Not exactly, anyway. I have to pull him the full space. Oh. Well, that's fine. Now we're running the fuck away. We are running the fuck away. Back into the corner. We just have to survive. The portals suddenly blink out of existence. Whatever dark magic was reanimating the undead seems to cease, and they collapse to the floor. You survived undead onslaught and restored peace to the sanctuary. I didn't kill them. I didn't earn anything. But that's right. We don't have to play. We don't have to play to kill everything. We just have to play to the objective. The objective. Okay. Hang on a second. We did that for free? I thought we were supposed to be looking for paid job. Oh, never mind. Join a guild, they said. It'll be fun, they said. You'll make heaps of gold. Don't mind him. Thanks to you, the temple will reopen in due time, and you will be glad to receive their blessings. Now, the next village we've lost contact with is the Marches. The route is under lockdown after a number of raids from small bands of vermlings camping nearby. I want you to head up north and see if you can drive them out. Oh, and watch out for their hounds. Let these scars across my face be a warning to you. You get up close to those dogs and they'll bite back. This is still tutorial, isn't it? This is still tutorial. Wow, okay. We've got hounds and vermling scouts. Vermlings are not necessarily bad, at least. Oh, do we have an event on along the way? We do. As you head north from Demon's Gate, the path gradually turns to mud, and the farmland gives way to small patches of woodlands. Entering one of these thickets, you hear howls of wolves on the wind and strange high-pitched grunts urging them on. It seems like they have picked up your scent. You prepare for battle. Hounds burst from the undergrowth, barking at you menacingly, soon followed by a vermling scout. He seems briefly taken aback at having stumbled upon a band of mercenaries, but quickly regains his composure and knocks an arrow, ready to fight. This is actually in a way easier than the game, depending. It's the same issue that can happen in other group games where if you're a solo player playing the game, you have perfect knowledge of what the other players are going to do. And that's not something that happens in real-life multiplayer. This is something that really happens in real-life multiplayer. So what is that? Retaliate. Any attackers within range. If the range is not specified, then it only applies to adjacent attackers. Okay. Wolves fight back. And there's a second room. At least. At least a second room. Leave the healer to refresh the exhaust pile. So you did Tinkerer? So this one we do actually have to kill everything. Impaling Eruption. Is there anything in here that... Actually, does she have any cards that use... So she creates darkness. And that's it. A lot of them are like that, though, because I totally understand wanting to try and avoid people, I don't want to say metagaming too much. Yeah, there are rules against sharing information. I don't remember exactly, but oftentimes it will be, like, you can't share exactly what you're doing, but you can share, like, vaguely what you're doing. No, it's not. I would not Gloomhaven 24 hours. I would not Gloomhaven for 24 hours. Use the battlefield with the air element available to be used. Okay, right. Air. So she can consume something else. Yeah. Except for today. No, I've never done. The longest I've done has been like 8 or 9 hours. And those have been reading, aka just chatting streams. A gloomy concept. Is that supposed to be for like concept? Are you cutting it off there? Yeah, initiative is determined by action here. So So it also depends on what card I put first, but I can play after I select my cards and like select which one I'm using the initiative of. That doesn't mean I have to play the initiative card first. You all have the same brain. Once you play Mysterium with some people, you realize you have no idea how their mind fucking works. Barking works. I've caught myself a few times like, nope. I can pull it back. But not other times, and I realize afterwards, like, next time. Next time. Okay. Mysterium is fun. It really shows you how other people think. The associations they make. Can't share battle goals. That I vaguely recall. Can you read my mind through related card arts? Yeah, actually. I wonder if you could do that with magic cards. Instead of that would actually be an interesting bit. We're gonna play Mysterium. Oh, here's an entire... They're not art cards. Here's just, you know, unrelated art cards. Infinite Mysterium. Just keep changing the art cards up. Special mixture? Okay. Plenty of art. Why did they give me a whole bunch of goblins? Do they want me to get the guy with the knife in the killer section? No, they wanted the... They wanted you to pick the lady who has some gold coins on her table, damn it. With like the food and the gold coins. Who knows? Yeah, that's really easy by just throwing knives. It's only attack 2, that's fine. But I should worry about this first. So everything that, yeah, it's the same thing. Everything that does that. Everything that imposes a or adds a infusion will be on the bottom and be like consumed. Burnt. It will be burned after use. I have played Code Words, but I didn't get to play it a huge amount because one of the people who initially brought Codenames got Codenames out by their family. Their parents really liked it and always wanted to play, and the rest of their family too. So they didn't want to play it after a certain point. I can understand. Had that happen a little bit, but not a huge amount with Werewolf. Different playgroup. Yeah, you know, family. They're probably playing with their kids now too. Their kids are probably old enough. And I think about it, it's been like, it's been at least like, God, a 6-year, actually, I guess a 6-year-old probably can't read it. Maybe they have like codenames that kids can play. They probably have codenames that kids can play. That they probably just set up their parents and their kids and like, here you go, play together, done, I'm out. Like, I'm sure they play with the kids too, but after a certain point. 5 Games of Splendor. I don't know if we had any game quite like that got like super overplayed. Not even Dominion. I can do fire orbs. And that will take out a lot. Suffer no damage instead. Okay. I don't necessarily know if I want to do that. For the ice. Like, do I want to set up for ice? Yeah, sure. We'll set up for ice. It's totally fine. We're setting up for Freezing Nova later. You started playing after Dominion. I had someone... I learned Hanto before I learned Dominion. I didn't even know Dominion was a thing. But someone in my group had a wooden case full of like all the Dominion cards, I think, that they would bring over. It was literally like a little briefcase. I shouldn't say a little briefcase. It was a wooden briefcase full of Dominion. Hi, Furo. I've never heard of Camel Up. Hobby Lobby? Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not in an area where Hobby Lobby has sunk its claws. The iconography is better for Tanto. That was the one complaint. Like, well, they didn't have that complaint, but it was kind of we could play the other version. You don't have to be stuck with all these dusty old buildings. You could have cute anime girls. And now boys. Men. On the cards instead. I don't actually know if I ever played Tanto with him. I don't think I did. He was very much like a... The art for most of the games that he preferred was very... Actually, that's not even true, because thinking about, like, okay, there was Small World. Small World is pretty... Is it Small World? Hold on. Small World? Yeah. Small World is kind of cartoony. Yes, it is cartoony now that I look at it. 100%. Let me grab up the art for that. But a lot of the other stuff he liked was Euro games, and those have a very I don't want to say it's not like no fun allowed, but it's just very not realistic even. It's just painted, but not a huge amount of people in them. No, yeah, the dry is a good word of putting it. Yeah. He likes dry games. I only played Small World once early on. I shouldn't say once. I probably played it a couple of times then, but it's been a very long time. Worker placement was his jam. There's no magic except for love. The worst kinds, really? No, but seriously, there's no love in that game. Or sorry, not love. There's plenty of love. There's plenty of love in Tanto. There's no magic. Except for curses. And oh, okay, there is an expansion later on that has exorcists. They have exorcists. BPM by talking a lot. Shush! I've seen that. I know it's what, like, you wait a week or something with your console on and he dies. I've seen that. Well, not in real time, however, you know. Power of friendship. No, friendship is not a mechanic, but love literally is a mechanic in multiple fronts. There is, like, love as in payment for services, and then there is winter romance where you set maids up. And butlers. You can set them up in any combination you want. You hire the maids with love, okay? You hire the maids with love. I didn't design the game. Love is payment for services rendered or to be rendered. You get them in your employ by being nice to them, I guess. That's how it works, right? Can we go with this? We'll see how it goes. Holy snap! 6. Okay, that's gonna hurt. That was not my plan. Okay, I thought 20 would be enough. My plan was to move up here. And attack, and then open the door. Lucky! I'm gonna move. Open the door. You have located the sparsely defended Vermling encampment. Driving the enemies away from here should make the trade route safe once more. Okay! Choke point. Here we go. It will be fine. Maybe. Or receive damage. Okay. She's immobilized. No move. I'm looking at this now. I only have 2 targets, so that's probably fine. I don't think there's any way I can move in 2 spaces that will get me another enemy. Yeah. And we're going to confirm target ourselves. We have fire and ice now. And we're making them come to us. So she's immobilized, so she can't move. However, that's fine because 1, 2. How fast can they move? Four. They can move to me. I want to check invisible. This this sucks. Okay. I understand it was hard, however, I want to see what the full thing is. I want to read the full text without having to break out my copy of the game. Did I? No, I didn't see that. I totally. You're quoting me. You're not quoting me. That's not what I said. What was it? Okay. Invisible means you're an obstacle. I could actually just do that. I could just sit here and be invisible. It also gains darkness, but that also kind of fucks over the next person. It will bump off, I think, the fire. They won't be able to necessarily reach her, though, because she's so far in. And then I get a sneak attack. Well, I get to do a sneak attack, basically. Thank you for the water. I might want to try that tactic out. There's no... If that's top, what's bottom? Bottom is... adjacent to none of their allies. I'm going to have to... Well, actually, that only helps with the wolf. The others are... I'll find out what their range is. But I think they're gonna have to move again. I can't wait too long. Range 3. So none of them would be able to get there in time. I wonder if they're gonna wait in that area or if they're gonna move further out. There's no traps to be done. She can't move. She can't move. This is fine. What I can do is wait on that and hope that because I'm so far out. If I move him in here, I just don't want to set up for a potential big attack and then not have it actually do anything. So that's what it is. Because I have Freezing Nova set up, and I have Flame Strike. Top. Bottom's fine. Worst case scenario, it's flipped. That was the wrong order, that's fine. Whatever. A muddled character gains disadvantage on all attacks. Ah! I saw that, Constantinos. And to affect the character's next turn. Lovely, okay. Well, I guess it's still the same effect. Overkill. You could have saved for you could have saved for Wednesday. But I also understand I have a lot of points saved up for some people. And then there's times they have things where it's like, 10,000, I spend 10,000 points at a time. Got it. Even though I know I'm never going to be at the top of the fan club listing. Still try. Okay. Yep, this sucks. So it's just gonna be attack and nothing. We're just gonna end here. Yeah. There are other people I have thousands. And, well, actually, I was saving up for someone's. I wanted to do 2 redeems. I want to do the same redeem twice because I'm pretty certain that she increments it in pricing every time it gets redeemed. And it's a very expensive. It's like 150,000 points. So I'm at like 200 or something like that. 200,000, I mean. And I'm sure that someone's going to come up with something even worse for the second redeem after I redeem the first one. So it's kind of what those are. Ronan's Uwu redeem, if she still has that. The real Uwu. That was the plan, but I don't know if she has that anymore. She may have removed it. Because you know once the Uwu is redeemed... Ronan's not here, right? Ronan, if you're here, you have to... Oh, no. Don't tell her, Ronan. But yeah, the plan was make a real uwu, and then someone's going to write something even worse than whatever the first one is, and that would be a second uwu, like in short order, unless she has a limit on how often it can be redeemed, like once a stream. Has it been redeemed six times then? I'm guessing because it increments up, right? It did not start at 150,006 points. But I also have frost armor up, so I shouldn't be worried about like damage sources that much. Is there more gold? There is. So what I should be doing is like looting. We have darkness. Okay, that's 4 away. We need one more. One more space. Unless we just do Impaling Eruption. Range 4, that's fine. Easy. I'm looking for a case of, do I have a... Yeah, this is easy. You thought she started at the number to be a brand? Maybe she did. Maybe. But I don't remember it always being that price. I know some other people who have prices of things that increments up after use. Okay, so she definitely has the range 4, right? As long as there isn't a case of, oh, they have to be in a certain position. What I really want to do is loot. But if I just end here... I have to move or loot. I didn't think that through. Okay. No, but if I just loot here, I'm fine. Let's give it a sec. Sorry, you're on. You're on. This counts, this counts! Oh, it's one single attack. It's fine. It's totally fine. Now we're going to run back a little bit. What is their range? Move 3, attack 1. What is their range? The range is... This is fine. No, you know what? Why am I running? I have armor on. We're just gonna skip movement. It's like 2 whole attacks. Yeah, I can take a little bit. A redeem that increases the price of another redeem? The shimmer I followed is giving me a VIP. I know Sasha was giving them away for I think like 75,000. I got one. I didn't want to I waited for most of the month to go away before I picked one up. But there were still a couple left at the end of the month, so I picked one. I should have plenty more for other redeems later. Wow, okay. You know, the thing is, they have an attack of 1, but they don't actually have a range, but they're holding bows. They're holding bows. Attack of 3, poison 1. And heal 3. We're gonna do this. Get rid of 1. And then we're gonna do this to get the fuck out. No, but it's the other way around. All scouts of various types use the same deck. Of various types. Oh, I see the Vermling Scouts. Okay. Okay, I understand now. That's right, because they could have bloated it with even more cards, but I guess thankfully they didn't. I actually don't have that much burned. I should just short rest, but I only have 1 card. From short rest, what are we gonna burn? Freezing Nova? We'll burn Freezing Nova, it's fine. There's still Monobolt. This should be fine. This should get it done. Infuse. Attack. Scoundrel gets to move. Technically. I should have looted. It's totally fine. There's no other gold. I totally didn't realize that the piles have maybe different amounts of money on them. I didn't realize that you could hover over that to see. I should have been paying attention to how much money was there. I'm not counting the golds on the floor before I reach it. I'm not even looking at the money column. That's not a great thing. Just 1 more route to clear, and I should have re-established contact with enough suppliers to reopen my shop for business. I'm sure you can't wait to get your hands on some decent gear. That's some incentive for you. As your core training nears its end, I hope you are getting used to how the various abilities and effects interact with each other. You'll certainly be needing some advanced techniques on the quest to come. Anyhow, I've tracked down a potential 5th mercenary for our crew if you can get him on board. This guy has fists of stone, and I mean literally. I don't need gold yet, I guess. I'm actually going to leave off here. I know we haven't even finished the tutorial. We haven't finished the tutorial. I do want to come back and finish more. And hopefully be less slow about it next time. I know we chat a lot. I wonder if it's possible to... Actually, hold on. Main menu. Yeah, save progress. I want to see about... Like, there's tutorial, multiplayer... It's kind of a... Is this the only version of multiplayer? I'm gonna look up some options. How to play. There's a level editor! And modding. There's a campaign rule set? How do you create a level? Oh, neat. Yeah, you can build an entire... Oh, okay. Yeah. You can, in fact, build an entire campaign. You could play TNT here. You can play TNT here. So, you can play... Existing Gloomhaven save game. Click escape to open the pause menu and select multiplayer. Okay. Oh no! I wanted to check out one more thing. Come back, Gloomhaven. I want to check out something. Guildmaster versus campaign at the base level or at the like level editing level. Let me see. The audio is real wonky. It crashed. It crashed, but it's not? Okay. Campaign is if you want to play the original board game, and Guildmaster is new thing, but I don't know if when it comes to the tutorial section. Can you create a new one? Will it overwrite, I suppose? What? I just want to check. Yeah. I see. DLC. Oh, what I'm hearing is actually...
To the harsh lands of Gloomhaven, recruit.
I was hearing the Steam page because it was sort of, oh, why am I hearing things in the background? Oh god, why is there like a... Did you guys hear a big narration about like, welcome to the harsh lands of Gloomhaven, recruit? Did you hear that? Or was that just me? That's why... Okay. I wanted to see about, like, okay. So this is how it goes. Turn off tutorial things. Okay. That's how it works. Huh. And you can just, like, turn that on and off? I might. Jaws Line DLC. Baby's first Gloomhaven. That's what the comment was earlier, right? Well, you have to pay someone to develop it, so let me see how much it is. I'm not buying it, I'm just going to look. DLC. $18. And the solo scenarios, mercenary challenges are like $5. The alternative skins are like, oh, alternative skins are free. Thank you. Frosthaven getting a port. I guess Frosthaven has been out. Wait. Depending on how much the rule set has changed, it would probably be a bit quicker, wouldn't it? Because they can reuse code. They can totally reuse code, even if they can't reuse models. That might actually not help too much with the timeline, huh? Good luck. Depending on how things go on Sunday, if we manage to somehow finish off the randomizer on Sunday, then I'm gonna slot the Promise Promise mascot agency there. Otherwise, I'll probably play Promise next Friday and move Gloomhaven to like the week after. Not the week after, but after we finish that. There might be some shuffling. Because I really want to play Promise. Town stuff is very different. Okay. Understandable. Let's see. It'll be easier! Actually, thinking like, it would be easier to play with other people to some extent, but also harder. And on stream... I'll see. Okay. What day is today? Today's a Friday, which means I probably already did this. Surely I updated the file. It needs to coordinate. The problem is streamers yapping and everyone else is doing things. Oh god. So it's kind of that would be like an actual real like multiplayer on stream thing, which I need to talk to people. Yeah, I need to talk to people. Cross-save scenario that comes from parent rules in Gloomhaven. Playing out ATM. That doesn't work for Gloomhaven, though. That doesn't work for Gloomhaven. Okay, what's on my schedule? Today is Friday. Today is Saturday? Today is Saturday. No, today is Saturday now. Okay, so. Yeah, I put digital on the schedule. MC. Main character. Okay. Sunday, we're going to be doing the randomizer. No SSD Lit and Wonder Labyrinth, that is the randomizer. You know it. I know it. We're on day 3. Yeah, we do watch longs on Monday at 9 p.m. Assuming I don't oversleep, because that has happened like twice so far and I feel really bad. But I slept through it. I wake up before stream. Yeah, there's a Discord. And even if the schedule, I don't always post in time. So like the schedule came out on Tuesday, but we've been watching Cowboy Bebop for the past couple weeks. And so there's almost always a watch along on Wednesday unless I announce beforehand that there isn't, or if I sleep through it. And if it's a series, then we continue on the series, like every Wednesday. Yeah, we're up to episode... Let me check real quick, because I don't actually remember. I remember that we did the Mushroom Samba. We finished Mushroom Samba. I don't remember if that was the last episode or not. I'll have to take a look. I need to look up the entirety of Cowboy Bebop. And not just Cowboy. Cowboy does not get the right stuff. Episodes. Give me the episodes. We're up to... We saw Mushroom Samba. We saw Speak Like a Child. So we have the next one is Wild Horses. Next one is Wild Horses. Yeah, you missed Toys in the Attic. Sorry, that was fun. I'm dealing a bit with my own Toys in the Attic right now. At least something as bad as the 13-year-old beans. 13-year-old coffee beans. I thought that the fried rice mix I had was something I bought like fairly recently. It turns out it was expired in 2015. But it was still edible. Okay. That's the plan for the rest of this week. Next week should also be Cowboy Bebop, Okami, and then we'll see about Friday and Sunday. What's going on then? My schedule is pretty static. Okay. Who is streaming? As long as it doesn't hurt. No, it doesn't hurt. It didn't. that didn't hurt. There was also some kimchi in the back of the fridge. It was sort of like, I don't remember it being this brown, but it still smells fine. It doesn't look as vibrant. Shouldn't it be red? It's done. It's done. It's fine. Everything's fine. There was nothing bad about it. It's not good. It's fine. It's pickled. It's fine. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Maybe this person, or maybe... I don't know. Jay, you're still here? Oh no, I think he went to bed. It's fine, it's fine. I'm trying to remember, like, how long does Journey usually stream on Saturdays? Okay. It's fine. She's doing art. We're gonna rate Journey. She is a lovely sea slug. She draws really cute sea slugs. She's in line for a couple hours drawing. And don't forget to give her a bone when you show up, right? Give her bones. She's trying to save us by letting us give her our bones. Yeah. So we're gonna go to Journey. Thank you guys for hanging out here today. I know we'll get through the tutorial next time. We'll finish the tutorial. For real. And maybe we'll do some multiplayer. We'll figure it out. If you're going to bed, have a good night, because it is kind of late. If you're not, then I hope you have fun hanging out with Journey. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by.